Yeah, we really tried.
What's that? Pick Jane up by noon. I want her on the road before noon.
Shower every day.
Yeah. You know she's coming down.
Yeah.
I want her driving in daylight hours. So
Am I going to remember that?
yeah, she'll remember that. Because Thursday, Christmas Eve day. Yeah, I need her on the road. I don't care if she complains. I don't care if she whines. I want her on the road. You got to tell her and text me when she leaves.
Yeah, I'm going to have to write this one down.
You'll remember all. Yeah, I can contact Marita. I just want to make sure
It's a smarter plan.
I figure she's got enough to do managing kids. All you got to do is manage one thing.
That's all. I have limited capacity, my friend.
How are you?
You underestimate yourself, Tom. I've got faith in you.
I just do what I'm told.
I know how that works.
It's Christmas. I think there's a festive spirit tonight. I can just feel it. I think there's a festive spirit tonight. I have 45 minutes and time for drinks at the end. It's gonna be like an advertisement from Rock 62.
Yes. No.
And the combination ideas, are those like, is that a list of combination ideas?
So use this building as a primary for primary grade.
Wait, is that what they do?
With kindergarten.
Oh, okay.
But that's a primary.
It's the joy.
But then,
I won't talk about you, Patrick. I'm sorry.
I feel like she stands alone over here. Everybody else on this side over here.
You come over here. Larry's not coming. You want to come over here? No, Larry's not coming. He's in Utah.
Ladies and gentlemen, good evening. Welcome to meeting number 5 of the Celebration Education Task Force. Today is Monday, December 21st. It's about 6:03, so we'll go ahead and get started. As chairman of the task force, I call this meeting to order. A little bit smaller crowd tonight, but
A holiday crowd.
yeah. Thank you all for coming a few days before Christmas. For the camera and for the audience, let's just go around quickly and introduce ourselves and who you're with. I'll start. My name is Tom Sonneborg. I'm with the task force.
I'm also with the task force.
Tom Tuzin, also with the task force.
Vanessa Winter-Crowe.
Jay Wheeler, Osceola County School Board.
Steve Waring, Executive Director.
Rose Plitzy, middle school counselor, Celebration K through 8, and Celebration resident.
Sophia Graves, Celebration High School.
Bill Lucy, CDD.
Dan Heskett, Task Force.
Chuck McNeil, Task Force.
All right, thank you, everyone. And just for the record, Pat Schroeder is on vacation. Brian, I'm not sure about, but let's keep his chair vacant. Maybe he'll come in. The other 4 Osceola County School Board members have been invited. A couple of them have checked in. They will join us when they can. Mr. Wheeler is our only representative tonight. Thanks for coming, Jay.
Sure.
Larry Brown, I'm not sure when he's going to come or not.
He's out of town.
We do have a question for him tonight.
If you get me the question, I can get it answered.
Terrific. John Bushy can't come tonight. He will join us as he can. Todd Rimmer sent his regrets. If we need him, he is standing by text. Let's see. And most of the other school board staff are on vacation until after the 4th. So, Tom, you got the meeting notes from the last meeting out to everyone?
Yes.
Rather than go over them, if you all would just review them, send any corrections to Tom Tuzin. We have just a few high priority issues. I'll just review that quickly and make sure we're all in agreement. I think quickly I want to give just a brief update on the status of the Donation Development Operating Agreement. Jeff and Vanessa are going to go over some numbers. They've done a lot of work on that, and I think this is going to be really important to review. I'd like to go quickly through the alternatives just one more time. very quickly, just make sure that we're all in agreement on the notes that we've taken the last two meetings. And before we end, I'd like to have not a formal vote, almost a bit of a straw poll amongst the voting members that are here of how we, not how we would rank them, but a short listing of the 8 or 9 options.
Okay, I have one question. We did want to, at the last meeting, we did have one of our options we wanted to put up there. It fell under the combination idea, as a hybrid idea.
Okay?
So we do want to go ahead and bring that one up.
Yeah, let's make sure we make those notes when we go through it, Susan.
Okay.
Okay, so as usual, I put a note on here about decorum. I think we have a lot of familiar faces who've heard me give this speech from the audience. Please come up to the microphone, raise your hand, try not to interrupt. We're going to really roll up our sleeves and get down to work today. So audience participation is welcome. Let's just do that in an orderly manner.
Tom,
Yes.
8 o'clock into hard end time?
We will do our best. I don't think we all have enough gas in the tank to go much longer than that.
Yeah.
So we, as usual, we all had homework assignments. We're trying to work outside of the meeting. So let's just go around quickly. Any updates for the good of the task force from anybody? Rose, anything? Sophia? Bill? Dan? You got a big math assignment that you're going to go over. I'll save mine. I'll interject where I can, except for 2 things. One thing I worked on during the week was just a scrub of any available property still left in Celebration of any consequential size. And it doesn't take a brain surgeon just to look at an aerial map and understand there's not much left. There are a couple there's a couple of parcels that could be consolidated to make a consolidated site that still probably isn't big enough for a school that CROA owns. And then there's the sites on the boulevard that I keep bringing up. I should say site singular. They're all either sold, they appear to be vacant, but they're either sold or there's some kind of deal pending. So on the one that I keep looking at, which is the corner of Celebration Boulevard and Waterside, there is a contract on it. How solid it is, I don't know. So on Friday, I went to see Paige Pierce just to talk about it, and so that he could hear from me directly what I've been insinuating for the last month in these meetings. I walked him through just the basics of some math of how they could save money on improvements that they wouldn't have to do here, impact fees they wouldn't have to pay, wetland impact allocation from the bigger number that they could use other places. We walked through that quickly, and he said he would think about it, which is about all I was expecting. So that is not a magic bullet, but the seed's been planted. We'll see where that goes. And again, I'll interject my other as we go.
I don't have
Anything
anything
else?
other than the traffic studies happened this week, and I think it would be great if we could talk about that, who put them on, and whether we think it was a fair assessment of the kinds of problems we would face going forward.
Okay.
The only thing I would add to the information on some sort of hybrid model when we get to that.
Okay, thank you.
Just jump the
numbers and jump. Jay, you wanted to get
Yeah, I
something
got a
in?
couple real brief things. First off, as it turns out, I had a meeting today with Lori Romano. Dr. Romano is the superintendent of Hernando County Schools. She's a shortlist superintendent for Osceola Schools. That's how I met with her. And in the course of the meeting, we got to talking about K-8 schools. And she's got one over in Hernando County, and I think it's in Denver, I want to say, K-8, 2,000 student stations. She said she inherited, she said it's a horrible model, that it's just too big. There's traffic issues, but she said from an education perspective, especially for elementary kids, it just she said kids get lost. I mean, she just said it doesn't work. So I just want to share that perspective. Additionally, there's something I didn't have time to address at the last meeting. Bill Pelea asked a question. It was a good question. It was a question relative to, because what I presented is a charter school, obviously operated by a private charter entity. And he said, does the school district look for a for-profit company to, when they got this kind of problem? And it was a really good question. And the real issue at hand is, when there is a developer that's developing something, where does the solution come from? And there's been two other examples in Osceola prior to this. One was out in Harmony, and in Harmony, the developer gave us land and then gave us an interest-free loan, and then when there was an issue, if you know the geography of Harmony, the community is here, then across 192 is the high school, and what they did on their own nickel, they built a bridge under the road to the high school so kids from the community don't have to battle 192 to get there. And so that's how one developer did it. They just did the right thing, and they weren't looking for credits or input. They just did what they had to. Then out in Point Siena, you had Avatar, and Avatar is the developer of Point Siena. They built Bella Lago. When they built Bella Lago, they did an education facility benefit district, but they did that intentionally to build a charter school to SRF standards and have us operate it. So we've had two other developers who've done something, and they did what was right. Now, the difference here is you've got developers where that's their core business, where Disney is trying desperately to get out of Celebration. They've realized they're an entertainment company. They're not a developer, but they are stuck in the development business, which they realize they want to get out of. So we are in uncharted waters relative to what Bill was asking, and we don't have the same cooperation and the same mindset from a developer, which is not intended to be a criticism, it's just a fact. So I wanted to share why in the past we hadn't gone down that route. We didn't have to. The developers did the right thing. They gave enough land, they gave money when needed, and in some cases they developed a taxing district. This is not a situation where they're giving enough land, where there is enough money, and so we can't really adopt the same solutions. And so far, I appreciate the meeting you had, Tom. They haven't come to the table with any more resources other than what they've come to the table with so far. So we've got very limited options based on the resources available to us. I want to share that.
Yeah, thank you, Jay.
Sure.
So next item on the agenda was about the agreement that the shorthand we keep using is calling this the 80-20 rule. It's actually called the Donation Development Operating Agreement between the Celebration Company and the school district.
Can you get a little closer to the mic?
Oh, sure. We've been talking now for the last 5 weeks about one of the key points of the problem that we're facing is that this agreement is due to expire in June. And we've been at this for 5 weeks now. There's been a lot of conversation and meetings outside of these official task force meetings, and there's been a lot of encouragement about generally how cooperative and open the staff is to new and better ideas. We've received nothing but a good cooperation so far from all of the school board members. But maybe the company has been very cooperative. They still would like a deal sooner than later, and they like Plan A, but listen to them. So there's been a lot of reason for encouragement, but the most encouraging week in this meeting, when Clarence Thacker, the chairman of the school board, basically said, well, looks to me like we take a lot of pressure off if we just extend this agreement. And we all, hallelujah, let's just do that. So I followed up the next day with an email to Clarence. He has not responded yet, but I suggested, and I also talked with the Celebration Company, I suggested that the most expedient way to get this thing done is for the, and this was my question to Clarence, would the school district take the lead on drafting the amendment?
Yeah, we will.
Because the, asking the Celebration Company to do it, they'd be willing, but we all know the Disney legal department. So if the school district would take the lead, review it, do their due diligence, send drafts over to the TCC, we could probably stay on the schedule that, Leah, you helped us outline. Review during January, get it on the February agenda, as you mentioned last time. Yeah.
Larry Brown, who was at the last meeting, he actually is the author of the original agreement.
Perfect.
So he's
Perfect.
he's in the loop. The biggest issue with him right now is he is in another state going down mountains with snow.
Yep, no problem. But
Hard to
if
read.
all of those things line up,
Right.
and everybody's acting in good faith and continuing to be diligent about that, the best we could hope for is that we would have an extended agreement end of February. And it's probably into March by the time the Celebration Company countersigns and the thing is done. We were trying to have a town hall meeting in 2 weeks, on January 4th, with the recommendation. But, and we'll talk about this toward the end of the agenda, how we might want to change our rhythm or our future meetings. But that was a real breakthrough, I think. If we can get that thing done, the problem doesn't go away, but the time pressure is off. The Celebration Company is still going to be anxious to do their deal and sell that property, but there's even less reason for us to rush through this. So I thought that was very encouraging. And in the meantime, offline, the CROA board has endorsed our continuing to focus on that as a high priority. I'm not going to be negotiating this deal. In fact, CROA is not even a party to the deal.
Right.
But we will try, like we're doing here, just to be honest brokers and try and make sure that all the cats are in alignment. Cookie.
Cookie Kelly, 691 Front Street. Will the Celebration Company sign? I mean, that's sort of
Yeah.
their, they will?
Well,
I think that's their leverage,
Yeah, in general, the amendment hasn't been agreed. I mean, it hasn't been drafted yet.
Yeah.
But I think what everybody was saying was just the simplest way is just take the existing agreement and extend it.
Mm-hmm.
Don't start renegotiating terms. Don't change the 80-20 allocations. Don't mess with it.
Mm-hmm.
And so far, everybody said, Todd Rimmer said terrific. Paige Pierce said terrific.
Terrific?
So, well, something like that.
Yeah.
But no objections so far.
Yeah, okay, because that is a sort of a little,
Yeah.
at least a selling point, at least a positive speaking point for this. We're trying to save you here.
Yeah, so we will keep our eye on that ball until that's done, and keep you all informed. Jeff, let's go to your homework.
I'll just pull it, make sure it's on the screen here.
Okay, this won't be on camera, but Jeff and Vanessa have worked through an analysis of student count projections, and are hopefully going to answer a lot of questions that we've all been talking about, and Michael and others have asked for clarity on this, so hopefully this gets us all clear.
Hopefully this helps. Okay, so the first thing I'll say when we get started on this, these are as close to exact estimates as we can come up with, because there's nothing precise other than the number of children sitting in the desks today. Everything else is a forecast. So, on the behalf of the board, and ourselves, we're playing with rounded numbers. So this is the information that we were given from Rhonda Blake from Planning Services. And rather than sort of have you hunt through all of the numbers here, what I try to do is highlight those things that are most important. And if you look in the circled area there, when we take the existing number of Celebration K-8 students, add in another 81 students for the rest of the expansion of the boulevard, because we're still building there. We've got the apartments, we've got Spring Lake, all still to be developed. So the estimate that the board used for that was 81 additional students. And then Island Village, fully built out, which could be a decade out, brings us up to 1,732. And that's against a capacity of 1,514 seats today. All right, so this is the biggest single concern, because this is the thing that TCC needs to solve for the developer to make sure that the kids coming in have a place. So what do the numbers mean when we dig a little further? Now, you've heard us mention a few times, that where numbers are overstated and where we were coming up with numbers. I thought that the appropriate thing to do was share with you the spreadsheet we've all been looking at. Now, I've broken it into 3 parts, just so you could actually see it on the screen here. These are numbers we've been working with. So I've highlighted a few things. The first one, can you guys hear me if I walk a little closer here? Yeah. The first one here, you've heard us talking about factors, the number of kids we expect to have in each of the grade brackets as we expand out the community. And that's where that comes in that oval, the longer one there. And the .264 is a number we use a lot. So when we're trying to extrapolate, what does an additional 963 or 1,000 households look like? We take that, multiply it by .264, and it tells us, we need 264, it's 1,000, 264 more seats for our K-8 kids. And it breaks it down a little further in terms of the K-5, the middle school 6 to 8, we're at .091, and the high school is at .143. Now, our two capacity numbers we need to be most concerned with are the current capacity of the Celebration School at 1,514 seats and the high school at 2,503. Today, with the number of kids that are at the Celebration School against its current capacity, we have excess capacity of 183 seats. That's what the numbers tell us. Okay? Everybody with me so far?
I just want to share something relative to the numbers. When you've got a school built for, say, 1,500 student stations, it's really, you really want to occupy it with 14 to 1450, because a lot of those student stations are for things other than traditional first grade, second grade, reading, math, et cetera. Like art and music classes aren't necessarily occupied the same way. So keep that in mind. Like if you have a 1,500 student station K or a 2,500 student station high school, you really want to keep it at about 2350.
Okay, that's helpful, thanks. So when we looked at the Island Village impact, there's a couple things you're going to see here. First, the number jumps precipitously. If you look over on the right-hand side, we're saying we go to a shortage of 830 seats. Now, I'll explain, where that came from in just a minute, but it's really by taking the numbers of the population. So if we look at the existing Celebration community is 1,503 residences. That's all of the build-up of the boulevard and what's here now. When we add Island Village, that's another 1,300 residents. So we take that total number, 7,103, and run it through the meat grinder, run it through the factor mill, and out comes these numbers saying, well, that'll give us 1,875 Celebration-based students in the K-8. It'll give us 1,100 or 1,016 in the 9 to 12 category. And then what the model did was it grossed it up another 20% because, candidly, I'm not sure we really understood what the 80-20 meant when we were first starting this out. We didn't realize that the 80-20 applies to the whole community. So to try and maintain that ratio, we grossed it up. So that's with the addition of the Island Village properties. We go to full build out, and that's the remaining 962 homes or residences. It took us up to a shortage of 1,147. Now, plus or minus, this is kind of where the 1,000 seats came from, I think, in everyone's minds. So this is how it got there. Now, I wanted to point out a couple things in here because Rebecca had shown us that, I think it was 2 meetings ago, she found a clip in there that talked about portables in classrooms, and it referred to the distribution of the grades as we built out the Celebration School and high school. And what's clear to me as I look through the entire Second Amendment to the Donation Development and Operating Agreement was the school was always intended to be a K-7, and it was always intended the high school would be an 8 to 12. So when the Celebration down the community, it wasn't totally being short-sighted that we wouldn't anticipate this growth. They actually did anticipate it in its entirety, and I think that's what we're going to show you here in just a minute. Yeah, does everybody kind of see that? Okay. And, again, specific to the 80-20, as soon as the high school was added into the equation in town, then it said that the agreement was that it should be 80-20 across the entire town. And what we're going to show is that when we look at it that way, we have more than adequate capacity. So flaws in the numbers. How do we keep finding these things we bumped our toes up against? The first thing is our existing population distribution, the student distribution looks different than the models. And the models are, they may be perfect. They may be perfect for all of the additional development. I'm not an expert. I'm not going to argue with that. But what it does show is there is something different about Celebration the way it exists today versus, those developments that are around us and upcoming. So because of that, what happened is the model overstated our need by 262 students right off the top because it took our existing population, 1,503 residences, and it multiplied by the factor. Out came a number of 1,532 when in fact we're significantly lower than that.
What number was it overstated by?
262.
Thank you.
So then in the second the existing population of Celebration.
They just imagine there was an extra 262 students.
So, which, again, the model may be perfect. We're looking into the future, and it's based on more current information of who's coming into the communities around us. It may be perfect, but certainly the impact was that it affected our existing population and extrapolated that number too much. The second thing that we talked about, the 80/20, and I'm not going to walk you through all of these bullets here, but even after full build-out of the high school, with all the additional high school students that would come in, we still have, to meet our 80/20 out there, room for another 1,000 plus students. So there's more than adequate buffer, within the high school to absorb our at least our contractual obligation with respect to the 80/20 rule. And then the final thing, and Vanessa, maybe you want to talk a little bit about this. There's potential to do some expansion within the existing footprint without adding any additional buildings of plus or minus 88 seats.
I talked with Mr. Balone on Friday, and he mentioned that there was still one building that is yet to be renovated, and that's Building 11. If you based that on what they did this past summer, it added 4 extra classrooms, or approximately 88 students in the middle school. So,
That's correct.
Okay.
which building is 11? Which
Building is 11 is the farthest middle school building.
one closest to the teacher parking lot?
Closest to the teacher parking lot. So they've all been renovated beside it. So Pride 16, 17.
So the good news is, even as we think about staging things, if that's what we choose to do as a recommendation, there's some capacity even within the existing footprint to do some things. Now, so here are the numbers, and simplified, it's got 50 numbers on here, but so just in a snapshot, what are the numbers we're looking at? Can you folks see it at the back there? So we talked about the number of households, 5,803. By the way, when we talked about the boulevard completion, that includes that's included in the 5,803. We had 1,300 more units for Island Village, another 962 for the build-out. So what does that mean? When our current K-8 population is 1,189 students, when the boulevard's complete, the board forecasts another 81. 317 will add through the Island Village expansion, and again, that's the planning department's numbers. And in the full build-out, we add another 254. And that's, again, using that .264 multiplier we talked about earlier. Non-resident students, I didn't do anything with that. I just kept that as a number we should all be aware of is there. There's 142 non-celebration resident students that, according to our contract, we wouldn't do. I'm not suggesting for a second it's good, bad, or otherwise. But I've kept that flat. Certainly what we wouldn't anticipate doing is adding more at a time when we have capacity issues, unless we expand the capacity precipitously, right?
And that's across 9 grade levels. 142 across 9 grade levels is a minimal.
Yeah, sure. So total students, at the school, 11331 today, with the Boulevard 1412, at Island Village 1729, full build-out 1983, which would suggest we have a shortage of 470. Jay, give it some potato math, let's call it 500 seats. Mm-hmm. So and that's what you see there with the excess capacity number. Note that Island Village, we're saying when it's complete, it's 215 short. But we need 317. What we heard from Todd was that could take a number of years before we're there, before we even start using that capacity, which could mean that good money put to good purposes could come up with capacity elsewhere during that time. The excess capacity when we add in the 88 seats. I didn't put anything in there for the immediate because I'm assuming that if you're doing a reno on a school property, you probably need some places to move kids around as you're doing that. Mm-hmm. With the Boulevard completion, that brings us up to 190 seats, which would mean that at the end of the Island Village project, we'd only be short 127 seats just by doing that reno work there. At the end of the full build-out, 381. Just for your reference, I put the grade 8 numbers in there, not suggesting what the conclusion is, but if we built the way we said we were going to when we started, at K to 7 and 8 to 12, then grade 8s, there's approximately 154 today. These are all estimates based on a 0.12 factor, something like that. Adds another 8 kids for the Boulevard completion, another 32 for Island Village, another 25 for the full build-out. When you look at the existing populations, the cohorts change from year to year, so those numbers could be fairly dramatically altered from year to year. So what's that capacity look like now if we were to go back to the original design? It means that we're only short 21 for the completion of Island Village, 250 for the full build-out, and if we added in those additional seats, the 88, really for full build-out we'd be short 162 seats if we stuck with the original configuration, did the small renovation on the building 11, is what these numbers tell us.
What year are we thinking the full build-out is? What would that be?
In excess of 10 years.
15 to 20 years.
15 to 20 years.
It depends how quickly they sell them. If they can do it in 5 or 6, they'll do it in 5 or 6. It's going to be
Is that
predicated.
possible?
It's going to be based on economics. If they got buyers and the economy is in good shape and money is freed up for, there's a lot of factors, but they would like to do it sooner rather than later, but it's going to all be predicated upon market conditions and financing.
When Todd was in the meeting last time, he guesstimated that it would start moving in about 10 years, the full build.
The full ballot, that was what he said. And then the first 100 houses would be built probably by 2018, I believe is what he said.
For Island Village.
For Island Village,
Yeah.
right.
The full build out, meaning there's 900 beyond.
Correct.
Yeah, it's 2 to 3 years before the first resident in Island Village will move in,
Right.
because there's a ton of infrastructure that has to be done, and that's if everything works out. That doesn't apply to any economic conditions or anything else, just if everything works out.
It could
Tell you
be
what,
later.
Jeff's got one more
Just-
slide.
So one more, so other considerations we should all be thinking about, again, I can't stress enough, all the numbers are based on forecasts and estimates, so there's nothing exact. Kids move in, out, situations change. The models could be, all of the models, even using the .264, maybe we'll find that people who move to the new developments in Celebration look an awful lot like the rest of us, and so those numbers could be significantly lower. I'm not going to bet on that, but it's a possibility. And the fact is, we're talking about a 10-year plus time horizon. We have all kinds of new construction around us. The board, I'm sure, is going to entertain and undertake other, private partnership, other development of new school locations. And we've got all kinds of things around completion risks, timing risks for the developer. Is the demand going to be there? What's the economic outlook look like? There's all kinds of other influences. I haven't anywhere in here displaced any of the 142 children that are non-resident. I don't think any of us have designs to that. But again, what I would suggest, it is a tool for the board to use, to fluctuate. As kids mature and graduate out or move out, perhaps you replace it with a resident. And then, and this can't be understated, the existing facilities here need work. There's resources that we know we need for the school. So cafeteria space, outdoor play space, track, other considerations that are far beyond the numbers we haven't talked about. So just at least this way, it was kind of a level set for everyone on the numerics of what we're dealing with.
Right. Could we leave the last slide up?
Yeah.
Okay.
That'd be great.
But it's worth saying right now that these are our calculations on the numbers and not the calculations as it stands of the school board.
These are predicated on...
Those are based on their percentages.
Yeah, they're based on us calculating on the current number of students we have right now and all of the forecasting materials, but Rhonda Blake hasn't seen this, right?
Rhonda hasn't seen this, but Rhonda provided us with our factors and with the existing population in the first slide there that even showed the build out.
Right.
I think it would be helpful, we'll have some discussion, but to draw some conclusions from all of this. I've got some in.
I was tempted
in my
to and
own
thought
head.
it wasn't really part of the presentation. That's something
Yeah,
we
but
should do.
we ought to agree what the conclusions are. So, Leah?
Leah Carius, 1049 Nash Drive. A couple of quick points. When you're talking about the 88 seats, so far throughout the total renovation of the campus, they've always done it in the summertime. It has never displaced students. Even when they were doing multiple buildings at once, it always happened in the summer. So we didn't have to worry about putting kids somewhere else. One time, I think they were a week late, and that was it for opening, but that wasn't a problem. And the other thing that I really learned during my campaign and when going the difference between what I knew our student numbers were and what they said they projected is because their projections tend to be by house type, and that's where we kind of skewered, because even though we have big estate homes, that doesn't usually bring more children in, but children that live in apartments or townhomes with a smaller number of buildings may have 3 or 4 kids in there. So that's why we the numbers didn't match, but we always ended up, like you said, just under what their .25 or whatever was that they project out. And the other thing, on your last slide, when you had the other thing, the cafeteria space has always been mentioned first by Mr. Balone. The track is always a huge thing. And the media center, that was his other, he always said cafeteria and media center. Those would need to expand with expanding the school. So that was it.
He did also add in a meeting that I was in a week or so ago that in terms of specials, that would be provisions for art and music. There is a need for additional resources in those areas because across the lower elementary grade levels, students are already stretched very tightly across those areas.
Tom?
Yes, sir.
Just briefly, first of all, I appreciate the work that went into this, and I think the numbers are spot on. I think your numbers are suspect, but the real thing taken into consideration, I mean, and I understand what the purpose of this committee is. It's not to knock anything, but you're seeing this through a narrow lens relative to Celebration, and I understand that. The school district and the school board is going to see this on a much greater basis relative to what our needs are on the west side of the county. So, and that's not to discount any of your work, but I want to make that clear. You know, it's very difficult for everybody else who's not in Celebration to strictly see it through the lens of Celebration exclusively. So, again, it's not intended to knock anything you're doing, but I want to share that perspective.
Well, that's noted. And I'm jumping to some conclusions here. So, I want to make sure that we fully vet these things, but two observations.
Tom, can I ask a question before you? Jeff, did you, or Vanessa, did you look at what the numbers, I didn't see that you projected out if the numbers continued along their current course. Did I miss those, or did you not do those calculations?
You mean if it was with the percentage of how we currently are? Is that what
Right.
you mean?
I mean, I think
We did not, and the reason why we didn't is because that's not a number that the district's going to use. And it's better to, I would think, in this particular situation, I think it's better to be a little more estimate at least a little bit over rather than under, just to make sure that we truly have enough capacity.
Sure, I appreciate that. I think it's pretty striking thinking back to 1996, 1994, 1993, and they came very close, 20 years into the future, with 1 to 2 recessions and everything else that's happened in the world. I mean, Tom, your colleagues and yourself, I mean, you pretty close to bullseyed it 20 years back. So it's pretty interesting that we're really talking about a small number, a small gap. And Tom, one last question for you: the full build out, does that encompass in TCC's terms what they consider lots parcels F and G?
Are those on the west side?
It encompasses all that they have for their PUD. That is how much Celebration
But
has for
Here's a different way to look at it. It's not about geography, it's about entitlement.
Right.
So they have a certain number of households that they're entitled to.
But I think you started the meeting saying that you did like a quick bird's eye of all the land that's available.
Yeah.
Are there 962 lots that they can put houses on anywhere left in the land that is called the Celebration Project?
They can actually
Not on the east side of I-4.
Right, that's lots F and G that are on the other side of I-4.
But they can even do that. They can even add that those apartments on the other side of the boulevard were not originally slated to be residences and apartments.
True.
That takes up part of that 8,065. So theoretically, they could actually build another apartment over there or another condo unit or anything like
Right,
that.
so
And
that's
that
what-
would take up a portion of that 900 units.
Right, that's what I was getting at. So the lots that are left that do not have any foundations, do not have anyone living on them right now. There's a few lots on Celebration Boulevard. There's a large lot at the end of Waterside on Celebration Boulevard. To my knowledge, other than on the other side of I-4 and Island Village, there are no other lots that I can think of that you can put 962 houses on. So it's either, so in the original plan of what's called, going back to the Celebration Project, does that include the lots on the other side of I-4, or is that an amendment to the original design of Celebration? Do you know?
I'm not exactly sure what you mean, but are you asking if residential was planned on the other side of I-4?
You got it. Is it conceivable they could say they want to put the 900, I think what we heard from Todd was that there's a 55 plus potentially maybe planned somewhere, and then there's only maybe 1 or 2 lots on Celebration Boulevard. So other than Island Village, where could you put 962 houses?
The only way to do it on the east side of I-4 is to swap entitlement, commercial for residential on those undeveloped lots on Celebration Boulevard.
Okay, on the 2 or
But
maybe 3 lots.
that's not going to count for 900 units.
Okay, that was my intuition too, is that there's not 962 lots left on this side of I-4.
No, but you're kind of getting to one of the conclusions that I was jumping to.
Go ahead, Tom.
And there are 2 of them. And again, I don't want to state this as fact. I want to explore this with you all. But these numbers to me, say two things. That we all got kind of scared into this 1,000 seats unnecessarily for two reasons. The Celebration Company was trying to solve its long-term full build-out problem with funding that was only applicable to the second column from the right.
That's exactly what I was getting at. Thank you.
Here, I mean, if I don't mean to
Yeah, no,
mark up your
that's exactly it.
but assume this was funded by all the impact fees that we all paid. This was not because of the impact fee moratorium. This will be funded by the Island Village impact fee, and this will be funded sometime in the future.
Right.
So why do we have to solve all of the county's capacity problem and the Celebration Company's future problem with a $12 million impact fee that's only for so many seats?
And
Thank you.
We touched on it briefly at the last meeting, and Jay, to your point about resources, this is one of the things that certainly crossed our mind is if the goal is twofold. One, help in terms of placement of kids across the whole county, but more focused on our situation here, it's really solving the problem for Island Village. And when you look at the numbers, the problem for Island Village is not really a huge problem, and certainly not in the immediate future. So if we are going to, and it might be an appropriate thing to do to solve this for the full build-out, but then maybe we need money for that.
It's important so that from a land, I mean, I'm a developer, so I think of everything as a land planning problem, and I know it's not. But I think it's important to while we're doing this, as we're looking at options, to make sure that we don't just land right back here again in a couple of years. But the reason that we got to Plan A was this was looked like available property. And the town's reaction was, this is not available property. This is occupied with fields that we need. Putting more seats, or a lot more seats on this campus creates safety problems. We don't like that. Don't look at this site as available.
And it's poor for education, too.
Yeah, so that was our reaction.
Right.
But as Jeff and Vanessa pointed out, we with a celebration lens on, and with the only funding that's available from Island Village, we've only got to solve dozens of seats, not thousands.
Or none, or zero. If it follows the current trend, it could be zero.
It could be zero, but.
I think one other thing to point out that was brought to my attention is theoretically, it is very possible that those 900 units actually get developed before the 1,300 units if they sell it on the other side of Island Village and convert it to residential. That was something that was brought to my attention.
Possible if the Island Village.
It's possible of that, but even by the time you do the infrastructure, you sell it out, it would be easier to develop the boulevard with apartments or condos than it would be to actually create the infrastructure over at Island Village. So just to keep that in the back of our heads as we're planning.
Yeah, easier, yes. It may not be as profitable
maybe not.
in the end. So.
Absolutely.
And certainly from an impact fee perspective, the number, if we were sitting in this situation and TCC came and said, we have two developers, both of them concurrently want to address the education concerns for their build-outs, and they're going to prepay their impact fees, we'd be talking somewhere in the neighborhood of $22 million, which now starts to look a little bit closer to the numbers you've been talking about, to build a full-fledged
If you've got the land.
school.
If you've got the land.
If we have the land. So this is where, where I think, a little bit of time, as we talk about the extension of the 80-20 agreement, starts to be a pretty important factor here to pursue these options legitimately.
But I'm concerned, Jay, we're seeing this in a narrow lens. My question is the county looking for us to solve that problem? Are we absorbing numbers? Are we just looking at this? Is that almost naive to just look at this?
I think that, first off, that's a good question. There's a couple things, and I'm glad you asked that, Rose, and I was going to share this. And I'm going to answer your question, but I need to kind of come at it a roundabout way. We met December 14th here last week. We had a school board meeting December 15th. December 15th, we shortlisted 3 superintendent candidates, where if you all know we're in a superintendent search. And not to belabor the point, but to fast forward, January 19th, we're going to select a superintendent out of our 3 candidates. We're going to the board's going to choose, and then the board chair and the attorney will negotiate an agreement with that candidate, et cetera. So and let's go into the premise that we'll be successful in those negotiations, we'll come to terms, and there'll be a start date of February X or March X to be determined. The point being relative to this, I don't see any solution that's being presented to the school district, either that comes from me, comes from my staff, or comes from you all here, being approved by the school board before the new superintendent starts and gets their chance to weigh in on it. And with that said, that new superintendent may very well not engage certain people who are on staff now in their current positions. So, and I don't have a crystal ball. I can't tell you what exactly will or won't happen. So I think that, now with that said, strictly from a macro perspective, okay, I think that a new superintendent coming in will like the idea of partnering with Orange County to build a high school around 429 and 192, and the state pays 25% of that. If a charter option is available here, you get 1,100 student stations with the charter. You don't have to comply to SREC. You can offer amenities to the community. You can offer student stations here, and we can build another 1,500 student stations for an additional $17.5 million of our money, in addition to the $12.5 million impact fees. From a financial perspective, essentially, we get 2,600 student stations for $17.5 million.
Those are huge assumptions, Jay.
I think those are realistic, though, Rose. I mean, you've got to be willing to draw outside the lines relative to the limited resources you have, the needs that you've got, and the opportunity available all at the same time. So you're right. It's not a sure thing. None of these are sure things. But I think coming in here, you've got a superintendent coming in with an underfunded school district. I mean, we are just, and to illustrate that, in 2008, we had 51,000 students, a combined capital and operating budget of $994 million. We have over 60,000 students right now with less than $870 million combined capital and operating budget. So there are some financial realities. I'm not saying that for sympathy as much as for perspective. So I think that something that's a creative financial solution to get student stations, if I'm a new superintendent coming in here and I've got growth coming out the yin-yang and I've got my impact fees are trailing my growth and I need student stations, I don't think any option is going to be discounted.
Okay. Cookie.
Okay, what I wanted to say was that I have never for one moment believed that they were only talking about Island Village. The subtext always has been the other entitlements. And Todd, as he lowers his voice at the end of the sentence, you know, that's there. But while I'm standing here, because you brought this up in the new superintendent, the decision-making process and how it operates, and the fact that we think because they own the land that they can simply determine that whatever it is they want to do is what they will do. But in the statutes, and I sent this, in the Florida statutes, you know, not concurrency, because we don't talk about concurrency.
In Osceola County anymore.
We don't talk about concurrency anymore, but in terms of the interlocal agreements.
Which statute number is that, Cookie?
Statute number
163.
Well, everything's one,
We don't
you
have
know.
this subsection.
But it's a subsection, and it talks about the fact that, you know, where we used to be able to have community conversations about these things, but they're assuming that adding to an existing building, they don't need to do that it's their land and they can do what they want. However, in the Florida statutes, it says, existing schools shall be considered consistent with the applicable local government comprehensive plan, et cetera, et cetera. If a board submits an application to expand an existing school site, the local governing body may impose reasonable development standards on the expansion only, and in a manner consistent with 1013.51. But what it goes on to say is that local government review or approval is not required for the placement of temporary portable classroom facilities or proposed renovation or construction on existing school sites, with the exception of construction that changes the primary use of a facility, including stadium, or results in a greater than 5% increase in student capacity, in which case it goes back to an agreement, to a negotiated agreement.
Well, if you're talking about that relative to the existing K-8 campus, I'd be very surprised if a new superintendent comes in and says they want to add 1,000.
Well, that may be, but Disney would like that.
I'm sure Disney would like a lot of things.
Well, I know that.
And-
I know, but having,
So this was our question, or what I wanted to pass along as the question to Larry Brown, is, does that statute apply? And if you could summarize, if there is a greater than 5% programmatic change proposed,
yeah.
does that trigger this having to go back to the county for interlocal agreement
Yes, we're for the
amendment?
comprehensive agreement, because it's not in the comprehensive plan. They haven't met with the county commissioners, at least not, I mean, I spoke to Mike Hartford, and they hadn't met at all. It's not on any document.
And I guess, Tom, to your point, if you could,
How about if I'll frame that up as...
email me a question, reference the statute, and I can get the answer. That's not a problem.
Susan, would you make that a question on number one? Just compliance with Florida Statute 163, subsection question.
Whatever, right, yeah, whatever. Is it 166 or 163?
What Cookie sent me was 163, but that
I didn't see
is
it.
is the whole chapter.
Because the reason I'm asking is because education statutes in the 1000s, and so this is,
This is about an interlocal agreement.
right, no, I understand, but that's why I asked the statute, I want to see which
Basically,
education code.
This
Hey, Jay.
summarizes who makes the final decision of if the building is going to go on that property.
Well, what I wanted to do tonight was go through these all one more time. That point that Cookie brings up is another comment or question about option one.
That's a great point.
If this all gets boiled down to why we don't like number one, alternative to number one, right? But these numbers are showing me we don't need to create an incredibly elaborate scheme. We just need to get some scheme that comes up with 67 seats.
But Jay is saying
Yeah.
that we are possibly absorbing numbers. So,
Well, wait a minute. I'm sorry to dominate this, but by contract, Celebration Town owes the county 20%.
okay.
And, you know, we're all good citizens. We all live in this county. We'd like to do more, but that's our obligation. Beyond that, this impact fee is the only source of funding.
For public school, for a traditional public school.
Right.
Okay.
But I'm only speaking for myself here, but I'm not going to let number one happen because of a problem that we're not obligated to solve.
I don't think number one's got any traction other than with some school district employees who, in my opinion, are grossly out of touch and don't realize they're riding a losing pony in the race.
Okay.
But the next superintendent will give them a dose of reality.
But would the same potentially apply to a charter school option, though? We wouldn't need to necessarily be rushed into choosing a charter school.
Well, the issue, and to your point, Rebecca, I mean, the quote, rush, so to speak, comes from the fact that the developer wants to do a deal. Part of the deal that they want to do solves a problem that doesn't exist today. And because of that, you can look at it two ways. There's either a problem or an opportunity. I mean, it depends how you look at it. And quite frankly, I mean, my staff and the developer drove the plane into the mountain. That's why we're here today. I saw this coming all along, and I had no idea how spectacularly they would fly it into the mountain, but they did, and we're here now, and it's unfortunate that nobody from the developer, even though their main person couldn't make it, that they didn't have a backup. But I'm not convinced that they're taking this with the seriousness that maybe they should or could. They're in the land business. When they get out of the land business, they want to do a deal.
I mean,
it's that simple.
the worst case scenario is, I mean, not the worst case scenario, but I mean, one alternative is just TCC doesn't agree to make any type of accommodation and everything stays, the 80-20 agreement is renewed and nothing happens. Or they
And I'm
sell
okay
their
with that.
deal, or they sell their deal and they pay their impact fee 2 years after COA and, or certificate of occupancy, and it's just like every other developer you have in the county selling homes and writing you checks, you know.
And that could happen. I don't see that happening, though.
I guess the big thing is, if it was an extension, my assumption would be is it would be maintained as it currently is written, which is 8th grade shifts up to the high school, and that accommodates the overgrowth.
Can we get a question in?
But that's what the current contract states.
contract also said the school's got to have a director and they got a principal now too.
True. Please.
It's actually a couple questions for Jay about the charter school and the charter school that you've been proposing. That's based on the idea that the 10 sort of acres out in Island Village will be given to the charter school, or
No, given to the Osceola Foundation for Education.
I see. So
Under the premise that the land's got to maintain 30 to 40 years as a public school.
Okay, but
But
we
no
s-
money.
$1 a year.
Yeah.
I mean,
However,
and the reason there's no money is because by not paying for the land, they can afford to build a gym and the athletic facilities.
Right.
That's why.
But it does mean that we have to give up 10 sort of plus acres of recreation fields that we do not have. So it really actually will be quite harmful. My question is, why can't the charter school, it would seem to me, in looking at the map and the districts, that there would be, a charter school would be ideal, but not in Island Village.
Where?
Because someplace where you really, as you're saying, you're talking about a
Arabian
great.
Nights.
If somebody, if there's a developer out there that wants to donate some land, so that way a charter operator can build the gym and the athletic facilities, that's great. When you find that developer, please give me a call.
But I thought a for-profit charter school finds.
They do, but they don't build gyms, they don't have to build gyms, they have to build
but
recreational facilities.
this would be a charter school that, for the children who are in the cottages in these various places that are overcrowded, they might be willing to give up the gym and the cafeteria to have a nice, brand-new school. That's my point.
Thank you.
Tom, why don't you jump in? You had something to say.
So,
Bulletproof windows?
as we're trying to go through this, and I appreciate the bulletproof window because I do expect that level of respect. We're trying to work with Disney, we're trying to work with school administration, and it's really tough when we go ahead and throw them under the rug every single time. It really is. I get a lot of emails that really don't appreciate it as we're trying to work together on this, the one-liners. So cut it out. I got the floor. It's really have to stop. The reality is that the school administration and Disney have been given apparently wrong information when it comes to how we have to, who have to pay for what. I wonder how that happened. So, I really would like to move on to the hybrid model because I really think it can provide the solution that we're looking for. Because we have been spinning it around back and forth, so.
By hybrid model, are you talking about a possible solution where we look at the number of seats we really need in Celebration,
Yes.
which is somewhere from between 60 to maybe 200 at full build-up? But as we say, we really shouldn't be taking into account those figures quite yet because we're not sure what's happening.
Well, and I want to lead it to Tom where the next step in the meeting is.
Well, I think, before we get to any shortlisting, we ought to have a complete list. So let's do your idea first
Okay.
as option, what is it, would it be 9?
Yes.
So Susan, if you wouldn't mind, Tom, just first a description of what it is, and
So-
then we can do kind of pros and cons.
So, the main thing is that to take into account really what the school board said. Jay is correct that I don't think anyone looks for Celebration to solve the issue. I don't think that's an accurate statement. I think what it is the school board has an issue on the west side of the county. That's a fact, okay, and had limited funds. So the key is student stations. How do we go ahead and get student stations? Understand how they generated going ahead and say we wanted to build the K-8. Let's expand the K-8. It is the easiest option, okay? It's not the smartest option. It is the easiest option. So the other thing is that really there isn't, as the numbers show, it isn't the need in Celebration, but it is the need in other schools. So, and I think, Rebecca, you mentioned it, I think Mike Jackson mentioned it, to go ahead and say, does Reed Creek have room for expansion? Does West Side have room for expansion? So the initial conversation I had with the administration is there is no room. The next conversation I had with them is, well, there possibly could be room. The next step is we can't go ahead and expand because where we put the portables. Now we can actually put the portables possibly in a field and actually expand. So the question is, and the administration is working on this, is how many student stations at Westside can be built? And is there a limited expansion that's needed at K-8 to handle the numbers we need? It looks like it's limited. Where the bulk of it can go ahead and expand and at least assist in resolving the issue the school board has on the west side of town. So there's a couple things, and that a lot of it generated from the last meeting, because whether, you know, the assumption was the money that was going to be made available from Island Village had to be spent in Celebration. It doesn't. So if it doesn't have to be built, you know, it's spent in Celebration, it can be spent outside Celebration. And so that is what they're looking for. It would have the greatest impact in terms of number of seats, and most importantly, guaranteed student stations. So people in that area, those students are guaranteed to go to that school. And so that solves a couple issues. It solves the Island Village developer issue, because they can go ahead and say that the kids going to Island Village are going to go to the K-8 and the Celebration High School. That's number one. It solves the county's issues, because they would get additional student stations. All right? It'll also go ahead and solve, you know, how the money is spent, and it'll also resolve any, you know, the community, where it'll look like a couple things. One, the school board did their due diligence by looking at all different options, and also limiting the transportation, you know, busing kids back and forth. So that's the initial look at that. They are, when they come back from break, I should be getting an update on what that looks like, to see what possibilities it is. I know that I have spoken to Disney as well, so they're open to that and seeing what they can do as well. And there's also, you know, to look at how much that funding is, you know, if an increase in funding is possible, to make sure we get the maximum amount of seats possible.
I really like that idea, and I want to say that I know we started off do the right thing, but right now, as I understand it, we have a developer that's willing to offer somewhere in the region of $12.1 million to solve an approximately 68 kid problem.
They're not offering, it's impact fees. It's
Impact fees, yeah,
fees.
but it's
They are
68
funded.
They're
children.
advancing money.
Yeah, so that's, it seems to me with $12.1 million, we ought to be able to solve our current problems with facilities at the K-8 that we have right now, accommodate the students that will be living in Celebration and Island Village in the future, and also help solve some of those problems in the county. That's a great use of that money, but we need to do it carefully, perhaps in a phased expansion, where we look at expanding in one site first, and then helping another site expand over time as that need comes online.
And I think one of the things too is, based on the numbers and based what Tom Phelps is telling me, is the K-8 wouldn't really have to be touched necessarily immediately. It would really be an expansion of West Side that would move forward.
Tom, let me, I was taking some notes as you were talking. Let me see if I got this combo. It would start with the renovation of Building 11, to add those 88 seats here. Or the first thing is get the impact fee money.
That's
And
the
then
big-
I'm
yeah,
going
that
to try
has to start.
I'm going to try and spell out how to use it. Do the renovation of Building 11, you get 88 seats. Plan a incremental expansion from there to solve the long-term problem, to get all the way to 162.
Yes.
Transfer 8th grade as necessary to the high school,
If it's necessary.
if it's necessary.
If it's necessary.
I think it would be, because I can't imagine that, I don't know if that facility can,
Okay.
I don't know if the logistics of running the school with adding those numbers is feasible. but I'm,
Okay, so let me just get all these things out.
Yeah, we already
So
have the
one,
lunch
2, and
issues.
3.
yes. just-
Transfer if necessary.
It's a domino effect of 9 grade levels like that, so.
Take some of the impact fee money and make the renovations that are absolutely necessary. And that'll be a huge debate about how necessary that
That's
is
right.
versus somewhere else in the county.
That's right.
I'm sorry, Tom, can you repeat that last one? I didn't.
Oh, I'm sorry. Take some of the impact fee money and make the renovations that Jeff outlined to the cafeteria and some of the other common areas on this campus. And then, once we've solved the capacity problem, we've solved the 20% obligation to the county, we've done what we think is necessary here, we've shifted the grades between the two schools, then whatever's left can go to the county to solve however best they think they can add capacity outside of Celebration.
Now, there's a couple issues here, too.
But did I miss anything?
No, you didn't miss anything. So there's a couple things, too. So we do know that Island Village is in the immediate future, okay? But the additional funding for other stuff, again, will come from those other seats, those other houses that they plan to develop. I think Jay's correct that Disney wants to get out of the development business in terms of residential, so sooner rather than later. I would expect if Island Village closed, you're going to get something on tail end to go ahead and move forward with it. It would be very interesting to work with Disney to see if they can do the same deal of impact fees that they're doing with this developer, with that developer, to, again, aid the county. And
Let me throw in a modification to one of the points that I made up there. Let me see if I can do this over again. Get the impact fee money for Island Village. Renovate Building 11.
Yeah.
Plan the incremental expansion for the full build-out, but don't build it until it's funded. So don't use this impact fee to build seats that aren't needed by a development that doesn't exist yet. But plan for it so that we're not back here trying to find a site again. Okay.
So that was number 2.
So what I said was build enough on this campus for the full build-out. Plan it, but don't build it until it's paid for by future impact fees.
And reserve those funds.
For the full build-out beyond Island Village that creates the final column.
Tom,
Yes, ma'am.
And reserve from the.
Would you mind?
PJ Cartwright, 1,000 via Capri 102. And when you say that, plan but not build, you're talking about taking the current impact fees that are upfront, right now, the 12 million or whatever we're talking about, and withdrawing that from the total so that the money that is available for the county, because I don't want to complicate your projections. Trust me, I've been there, I understand how difficult it is, but I don't know if the school board has had any communication from the county as far as the trend in the West 192 area for all the homes that were built out there that were originally built as vacation rentals, i.e. double, because they get no homestead, so basically double taxes, the amount of taxes, and no kids. Okay? As those homes age, and they're now, what, 10 years or 12 years old, they're no longer appealing to, the older homes are no longer appealing to the vacation rental market. Having been in that industry, you can't rent some place after it's 2 years old, and definitely not 5 years. You can't get a contract with British Airways if it's 1 and 2, and after 5, it sort of drops off the radar. So all those homes that are out there are not going to have that higher tax income to the county because the majority of them are being sold at the present to people who live in them full time, putting children in schools and having the tax contribution.
PJ, what you just said, that last sentence is a mouthful. So let me see if I understand.
Okay.
If a vacation ownership unit is zoned that way for vacation, assuming it has no kids, they wouldn't pay a school impact fee up front. But if it's rezoned and converted,
No.
don't they have to then
No,
pay?
those are residences. They were built as single-family residences
They're not short-term rentals.
So did they pay the impact fee
Yes.
up front then?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
But they also have been approved by the county to be used as vacation rentals. As the owners of those units are using them as vacation rentals, they can't homestead them. So they missed that $50,000, school board 25, 50 for the county, another extra 25 for the county, in tax base. So instead of a $4,000 tax bill that they might be paying now, or they were paying when the prices were valued higher, after they homestead, they're only going to be paying $1,800, $1,900. So the county is going to suffer a loss of revenue as the demographics of that area change. And they're adding more children to the school system. The only reason I bring it up is if we're planning on giving our excess to, after we solve our problems in Celebration, to the county to be used to solve an issue somewhere else, I don't want us to have the false reality that that may be yours in the future. Because I think if someone will take the time to run the real estate records for the last 3 years on that area, you're going to see a tremendous change.
That was enlightening, but you're making the point that Jay's been making now for 2 weeks, that their problem is huge and it's acute.
And to answer that
right now.
specifically, unless a home is deed restricted 55 and older, or a legitimate short-term rental where they're charging a bed tax, like a hotel does, they pay an impact fee. And I've had this argument with short-term resort residential developers who think, well, we shouldn't pay the impact. And I tell them, I look at, Indian Wells, I look at Indian Ridge, I say, that inventory is 10, 15, 20 years old, and it was built as resorts, but now you got people living there generating 2, 3, 4 kids. So we get the funding from the impact fees insofar as the per student funding is not a function of the taxes paid per unit. We get funded for students who come and sit at desks regardless of the amount of taxes their parents do or do not pay. So that's how we get funded for the kids actually sitting in schools today.
Well, someone has to worry about it.
Oh,
everything worse.
That's just the way I'm not endorsing that system. That's just how it is.
But aside from I wasn't really talking about the impact phase in that statement. I'm talking about the property taxes, because we have a school, let's face it, the bulk of our property taxes is designated for schools.
There's millage that we get from that for capital.
And if there's a homestead exemption,
less money.
You're going to get less money,
Right.
which exacerbates the county's school board financial situation.
Well, the one thing you can count on 10 years ago and 10 years from now is that we're underfunded.
Right.
That's just the reality.
So I just, as I said, I don't want to complicate your projections, but having been in the vacation rental industry and seeing Polk County suffer dramatically on their water issues because of not recognizing the impact of a vacation rental market that is aging and changing, I don't want us to overlook it. That's my only
and you
point.
make a good point. Let me just share one thing relative to Osceola versus other counties. Other counties, Lake, Polk, et cetera, they get an impact fee study and they automatically cut 20, 30, 40, 50% off of it. We, on the other hand, in Osceola County, much to the dismay of some developers, we charge the entire impact fee. Whatever, if the study comes back at $10,200, $10,500, $9,000, whatever that number is, that's what we endorse to go to the county commission. The county commission's been kind enough to approve it. Other counties, in some cases, the school board says, we want this, and the county commission cuts it. In some cases, you've got school boards undercutting themselves for whatever reason, because they're up for re-election or whatever. But Osceola County, we have always endorsed and been fortunate enough to collect and get the county commission to buy into it, because there's so few sources of revenue to pay for growth, and quote, growth should pay for itself, that the impact fee in Osceola County, we've always, whatever it came back at, that's what we endorsed from the county.
Hi, my name is Doug Zwak. I live across the street from the K-8 school. There's a lot of comments I could have been making about this whole process, but just a real quickie here. Real estate values are going up. And the homestead credit is a very small percentage of our taxes. So unless you're living in a residence that's currently valued at $90K, which I kind of doubt exists in Celebration, the impact is not that great. And it's a fair assumption in the foreseeable future that our real estate taxes are going to be going up, and therefore the funds available will increase. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Are we ready for the con portion of this talk?
What I wanted to accomplish before we end, we got about 45 minutes, is our kind of straw poll. But
I don't think we've taken all the comments on number 9 though.
Yeah.
We've taken the positive sides, but we took cons on everything else.
Sure. Sure.
Sorry.
One time, I don't even think we don't have them listed as pros and cons. We just listed all the different options
yeah.
behind
Okay.
number 9.
Please, so pros and cons on number 9?
Well, I'll start since I raised it. Sorry, Jay.
I gotta leave at 7:30. I got a text. I gotta leave about 15 minutes.
Okay.
Sorry, I'll make it really quick. I think, in general, I like that plan. Tom and Rebecca, we've talked about it on and off for a few weeks. I like it a lot, but one thing that is a concern for me is that the impact fees should be staying in Celebration to enhance the education and the facilities within Celebration. So what we're doing is we are solving a problem elsewhere that wasn't solved by those developers and by that previous school board. Those fees are supposed to be, cover the costs of enhancements within Celebration. So by shipping that money outside of Celebration, we are undercutting. We are undercutting what isn't. Yeah, that money is supposed to be here. In the past, that money's been used for schools in Celebration, and this will be a precedent that we are essentially a piggy bank for the school board, or for the school district. We are sending money outside of Celebration.
When I was just looking at that option at that, I was thinking to myself, why is upgrade facilities like third on the list there? I feel like if there is money that's coming from impact fees, we need to be upgrading right now as part of any kind of a renovation that is happening.
Yeah, I think that's really important. Jake, can you just answer a question? What is the portables? There's a cost. I mean, does district own a percentage of those? Do they rent them?
I don't know the exact numbers. So it depends where, it depends what kind, but typically we rent those.
Other than bonding, how do you normally pay for schools? I mean, impact fees, and you have a capital budget.
Usually it's our bonding capacity. Right now, we're taking the bonding capacity we have right now, $70 million, is being used to fund this new high school that's slated to open in August 2018, 3,000 students.
That's the extent. I think that's what Tom Phelps said a few weeks ago, that's it for bonding capacity.
Right. Now, with that said, I mean, if all of a sudden there is this huge growth spurt that happens that none of us anticipated, and there's a bunch of properties coming out of the ground, and we can encumber those taxes, and you've got a developer who agrees to pay those entitlements prior to those being sold because he knows he's got 18 months to get them out of the ground, then he's got on the hook for them. We can bond that money. But so far as we know, the money that's available is currently encumbered.
Spoken for, right?
It's encumbered, yes.
So how about the capital budget?
Capital budget, there's two different things. Well, first off, you want to see if you got leaky roofs, if you got water coming into buildings, that takes a priority. I mean, you've got to do a 5-year capital plan every year for the state. You're required to. Every agency in the state of Florida that's non-federal has to do it. And typically, years 1, if you get a copy of it, years 1 and 2 are spot on. Years 3, 4, and 5 are kind of wish lists. And if you look at a capital plan over the past 5 years, year 5 is usually the same every year for the past 5 years on the wish list. So it really, a large degree, there's a certain amount based on deferred maintenance and what needs to happen right now to make buildings safe. And then there is some cyclical maintenance, like roofs are expected to last a certain lifetime, chillers, things like that. But then there's capacity issues. Osceola is an anomaly relative to the fact that we are high growth, but we have no beachfront or oceanfront real estate. We don't have Disney really paying a lot of property tax here like they do in Orange County. And outside of Celebration and maybe Harmony, we have got a community that can't pay for what it needs. I mean, Celebration is a donor community. We appreciate, a lot of people in Osceola County don't get that. I understand that, and that's why you've got an IB program at the high school, et cetera. But yeah, we are short funds, and to illustrate, like I gave you some numbers earlier, in 2008, all of the taxable real estate in Osceola County had an appraised value that we could charge property tax on at $27 billion. That was what the property tax, that's what all the property was appraised at. That same property now, with some of the new development, we're just over $21 billion right now.
Right.
So, I mean, so it's, but again, I mean, we're doing what we can with what we got.
So if there's a plan like this that reduces some costs in portables, is there a mechanism to budget that for future? But if that generates, some savings in portables or other costs over 5 or 10 years, is there a mechanism within the budgeting process to direct that back towards Celebration?
There is not a direct budgeting process to direct money back to any specific community in Osceola County.
So in essence, if we went forward with any plan like this, it would be on the assumption that the future school board and the future district staff would adhere to whatever plan we.
I think that I appreciate the thought. I don't know that that's a realistic tack to take. I'm not saying it to kill it, I'm just being honest with you.
No, I appreciate that.
So I'm a big believer in following the money, and the money talks in this case. So I think the developer, not TCC, but the ultimate developer who's fronting the money here, will have a great deal to say. I'm assuming it's Crescent until it's signed. Right. It will have a great deal to say in how all of these funds get directed, because the alternative is I'll pay as I go. And as a recovering banker, money now is always more expensive than money later. So, I'm not going to front that if I don't have to.
Right.
I think it's, from the very beginning, we talked about what our role was and who's in the driver's seat. I think we all have an ability to influence. And Tom, your point's really well made earlier about not vilifying anyone, because I think those people who we vilify maybe are our very best friends at this point.
But part of the issue is, typically, we're used to dealing with developers who want to stay in the development business. Here, you got a developer who's desperately trying to get out of it. So it's a different dynamic, and I'm not saying that to throw anyone under the bus. That's just the reality.
Well, the reality is it's not the developer. The developer in this particular theory would be Crescent or whoever actually.
They're the
yeah,
builder.
they're the.
The developer's selling the land.
I think
Right,
my concern was, though, is it feasible to direct the money to build new facilities in West Side now on the premise that we can plan for an expansion that is it going to be feasible to somehow budget that money and have it not used? What mechanism would you use to enforce that?
There's not a mechanism.
So in fact, if we need to do an expansion now with money from this impact fee, we need to make sure that that is covered and that money is expended.
It needs to be in the contract.
And West Side, to be honest, I don't know who's talking about expanding West Side. We are exploding out there, but again, we don't want to expand that more than maybe a couple hundred student stations on a permanent basis, only because, again, it gets to the volume. You don't want kids. I don't see 5 and 6 year old kids going to schools with 2,000 kids.
The alternative is educational cottages, right? That's it. They can either go to cottages or they can go to a bigger school at this point. Those are the two choices.
Well, there's other options that are considered, but things that people in this room might find unpalatable. But there's Four Corners Charter Schools over there. There's the upper and lower school. There's a school, Stony Brook, which is a Lennar project. There's going to be a charter school coming out of the ground there. And people aren't gravitating towards charter schools because they don't like public schools. You can build a charter school for half as much money, twice as fast, on less land. I mean, it's economics, for better or worse.
For Tom and Rebecca and Tom.
When I'd imagined this option, I wasn't necessarily imagining just a renovation of Building 11. When I thought about it in the past, I thought, well, what would it look like if we had a dedicated small-scale expansion, and we had 150 seats or 200 seats built for us and a repurposing of all of our current facilities as part of that, in order to have to go the capacity we need at least to see us up to Island Village, maybe beyond. And I was fascinated by Tom Phelps's comments last week when he said You know, we do have 18 portables at Westside K and at J. It would be great if you could give us some information on, you know, schools and their dynamics. But surely it would be better to ultimately maybe build something here and think about shifting some of that population to Celebration in the new building here for the meantime, so that you could then build there, get rid of those portables, build a double height building, and have those children actually have decent facilities where they are.
That'd be great. But the only thing that you're not taking into consideration relative to that is that even if you shift those kids over, that area is still exploding for population.
Sure, but that's a longer term problem. It's not connected with it.
But there's no way, but again, $12 million is pennies compared to, that area is exploding. You know, even if they build 500, 600 more seats, it's not going to be enough.
Right.
For $12 million. So that's a whole
You need
other.
3 schools over there.
Right,
Schools.
that's exactly what
With
it
the
is.
money we have, at least it's actually situating seats for students in the areas that they live, where they deserve to have, you know,
That's why my
education.
plan is to build, I got money to build half a high school over there.
And I think that's a great, absolutely, that doesn't be precluded by this plan. This could be a K-8 solution, couldn't it?
Tom?
No, $12 million.
Well, it might. Well, how much? Well, that's what we need. We need information about what it would cost to
25 to 30 million for a K-8.
Yeah, but if we build an add-on here, and then we direct the rest of those funds to a school where that could be added on, then it's not.
Why do we want to add on to a 1,500 student station K-8? I'm trying to figure out what is, I mean, other than the fact that you solve, but from an educational perspective, Rose, you're an educator. Explain to me the advantages of a 1,500 to 2,000 student station high school for 5 and 6
I'm
year
not
olds.
saying 2,000.
But an expansion. I don't want to expand the school. The school works great the way it is.
But they're portable. The kids are going
Can we just kind of pull back on this for a second, because we're having a debate about an option that we still haven't settled on number 9 here.
Yes,
So,
thank you, Jeff. So, Rebecca, I just tried to say, or tried to verbalize the notes that I was taking. Would you describe 9 differently?
Oh, well, when I was imagining it and what 9 could look like, and it could start with the renovation of Building 11, I was imagining, okay, what would it look like to create 150 spaces? Now, admittedly, we actually have close to 150 spaces at the school right now, but if we were going to add on for 150 more students, so that we're at 1,500 students in total, just about, but with a bigger building, with a bigger footprint, with some building renovations and some facilities renovations, then we would have, you know, a 1,500 student school with 1,650 capacity, something like that.
Right, we don't want to go to capacity.
The one thing that was, when we were talking about Building 11, the one with issues, with regarding to the cafeteria issue specifically, maybe building a smaller cafeteria closer to the elementary, your K to 2, and create a smaller K2 cafeteria, so that was one thing that Mr. Balone had recommended. What else was there? Rose?
Possibly creating a smaller little media center for those primary grades, so that, you know, those primary grades are walking all over campus, they're taking time, and so if we could create probably a cozier little area for those babies and the teachers, it would be more efficient time-wise.
Thanks, Jay.
Jay, thank you very much for your help.
Merry Christmas, everybody.
You too, Jay.
Happy holidays.
I mean, I think really there are a couple of options for how 9 could be approached, and we would have to think about, you know, what is it that's really needed and what makes the most sense for the building. But I wouldn't want to see any kind of building work that moved beyond 150 to 200 students in Celebration.
Yeah,
That we're talking, and that was the original proposal, is actually for it to be minor, to make sure that it satisfies the developer's numbers, so I think that's important.
Yeah, and I don't believe that Jay's, when he's bringing those points of having those large K-8s, he's not trying to be combative. It's actually a very realistic concern to have such
But it's the same
large
concern we
numbers.
should have here.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Not just there.
No,
So-
it's a concern for any child, you know, that is.
So here's
that young.
here's the one other point too. You know, I think the 2,000 student school keeps getting brought up, right? But there's 3 schools in this area. right? There's Celebration, Reedy Creek, and West Side.
Reedy Creek's K-5.
K-5, but it's still a large
Yeah.
population. Okay. You know, the newsflash is someone is going to deal with a near 2,000 seat population, okay? Because you can't get away from the facts. The school board has no money, right? They can only build on an existing school, right? There's 3 of them. The only thing that's unique about the Celebration K-8 is that unlike the other schools, it is smack in the middle of town where traffic is impacted. Those other schools aren't. Now, I know, it seems, you know, as a father with kids, they basically go ahead and say, we're very focused on the student experience. There's this amount of money. Someone's getting another 500 kids. You just can't get around that math. Unless they build, the reality is that this is all solved if they build a full-blown other campus if they had, you know, $25, $30 million. They don't. That's, you know, in fact, maybe not just one, but multiple ones, so.
Okay, so we've got a half an hour. Are you all lined up to speak your mind? Okay, Leah first.
Okay. First off, this is why, yeah, everybody's waiting to speak now that he's left the room, because now we can say.
Let's all be nice.
Yeah, I am. That he's got a different set of problems. Are we going to be the solution to the county, or are we not? That's what it boils down to. But the point that Dan, if we think like that, if we keep that 12.3 million here, the school board will look at us as, you just want what you want and you don't care about the rest of us. And they'll vote down whatever we show them. That's just the reality of the world. But if we show that we are part of the bigger, you know, county, we want to do what solution, that we want to help the county, I think that is a legitimate way to go, and that we can help them a little bit with their bigger problem. But we can't. You're right in that we can't say, hold this little bit of money for us to build our addition, because once they get it, they'll spend it. That's the way of the world. That's just going to happen.
And I'm sorry, before Jay left, I was trying to address if there's any mechanism to do that, because that's what this plan to me says. We need to basically have some mechanism to enforce a future school board to spend money a certain way, and I don't know how that would work.
It would be a contract, just like what we had done with Disney before. You'd have your triggers. I mean, the reality, the trigger right now should be moving your 8th grade up to the high school according to the contract.
So
that is the trigger.
Yeah, but the problem though is if the district would have to agree to withhold. I mean, the district would have to agree to that.
Yeah, it'd have to be contracted, Dan.
I'll be brief. I wanted to go back to first the numbers itself, and I was going to say this when Jay was here. He just, but how do we make sure these numbers are the same numbers that they're going to be using from now on? That's one question, because we've used different numbers every single meeting. So I think we need to make sure that we meet with the school board to make sure that we're all on the same page, because all these options will be very different if we disagree in these numbers again. So I think that's one important thing.
On that point, I think as soon as Tom Phelps and his staff come back from vacation, they'll re-engage.
Okay. And then the other thing I was going to say is this option, I know we're trying to talk about details. We're getting into the weeds a little bit about details in number 9, about cafeterias and different things, and spending money, I think, is even a little bit more in the weeds. Because I think that if you do end up, say, option number 9, then I think then you have to start taking that and start figuring out what you do at number 9. And one thing that I didn't see on that list, by the way, was traffic. I saw a cafeteria and I saw some other stuff. I'd like to see traffic added to that list, because no matter what we're going to do with number 9 or number 1 or whatever it is, it'd be great to tackle the fields at the same time as we're tackling traffic and trying to figure this out a little bit, drop-offs and pick-offs once and for all, even if we're only adding 200 student stations.
So that's a good point. So technically, traffic could be a pro and a con.
Sure.
Con could be technically, if you're adding just 100 more students or 200 more students, there's traffic issues. The positive part is you could have, there's still ability to do some sort of, whether it's loops or whatever.
We could mitigate the 200 students possibly.
Yeah, you could.
Right?
Yeah, I mean, there's still opportunities to go ahead and do that, which technically should have been done.
I think we can do that no matter what. Let's
Correct.
face it, our traffic issues are here, and they've already done 2 different studies, because the school district's doing one and TCC's doing one. Right. We should probably take advantage of that opportunity.
Right.
Yes. He's saying use some of the 12.3 million.
Forget the money. I think right now we'll talk about the money, because I think that if we end up with number 9. We'll have a wish list of things that need to happen. It may be cafeteria, it may be traffic, it may be, I don't know about building 11, just how, same thing is, I'm not sure we should answer that because we want to see them to be part of the solution a little bit. So we want Disney, we want Tom Phelps, we want them to be part of the solution, to come up with it. And if it costs $4 million or $6 million or whatever, we know there's an impact fee. There is money possibly left over that can go to the county greater good, because they're going to spend it any way they want. But let's make sure we get what we want, but let's pick the alternative. I just wanted to throw that out.
Parking included in the traffic?
I think that's part of it that we have not addressed. It should be addressed in any plan.
There's one partner we haven't brought into the picture yet, who was the one partner that has money that can help us with a few of these things, and that is the true county itself, not the school district county, but Osceola County. I know our commissioner, he's got a budget that has money in it. So when especially when we're talking about parks and we're talking about roads, he can help us with that kind of stuff. So that's...
I think when we get to that point, I think...
I have a question about number 9.
Sure.
Point of clarification. So the money would be going to middle schools outside of Celebration, right? Middle and elementary schools, like Reed and stuff?
That would be determined by the county. We're not gonna instruct them on what grades they would actually use that, depending on the dynamic of that particular school.
Why do you ask?
There is still so much overcrowding at the high school. And we had a tornado drill the week before break, and there just wasn't enough space to even fit in people below. And so it is a really big issue with the overcrowding. So just wanted to...
This is interesting,
Yeah.
because the numbers don't show that we're overcrowded.
Yeah,
But
But they are.
But it is. Feel
And
that
the
it's
lunches are crazy because there's 2 lunches and there's 2,400 kids. And yes, you can go out to lunch, but not many people do because of gas money or food money or time. So
30 minutes, right?
30 minutes. You have 45. 40.
But driving there, driving
back, that's 25 minutes. right?
Paying for gas, paying for food.
Just for interest, Jeff, what do the numbers show as the capacity today? Or the excess capacity today?
At the high school?
At the high school.
Today, so the high school, we're saying we have 2,503, and it says there's 72.
They say they have 2,500 students?
The 2,503 is the total capacity.
It's 50.
And the total current student base is 2,431 according to this.
At the first FT in October, it was 23 something, but now they've reached over 24.
Yes.
That's
According to the numbers.
Yeah, and again, I want to be careful we don't start to dial in on 10s and 20s here, because I think there's some margin of error here.
Did you break that down between Celebration residents and non?
Yes.
Yeah, the Celebration residents represent today 538 students against 1,893 non-Celebration residents at the high school.
So that 80-20 is like a little out of whack?
Yeah, and that's why we believe there's capacity for...
So let's come to order here, please. Voting members, the 5 of us who are here. We got about 20 minutes. Let me ask you how you want to spend these 20 minutes. Should we quickly go through these 9 to make sure we've got it all? Or do you want to do a little straw poll? Because I think it would be valuable to start eliminating options that we just don't want to spend time on anymore.
I think maybe if there's someone who has a really strong opinion of what they prefer, maybe they could take 30 seconds, 90 seconds to make their case before we take a vote. There's a lot out there. There's new options today. And we've gone around a little bit on them. So I would personally like to hear any strong case for any particular option to be removed or retained.
It would be interesting and somewhat useful to have a vote of the 5 of us, but I wouldn't want to characterize this as any kind of final vote until all 7 of us are here. But if we do have a quorum.
He would be a good guy.
Yeah. But I'd like to have Pat and Brian back.
Yeah. Sure, yeah, absolutely.
Anybody want to take a crack yet?
Well,
any real strong feelings, plus or minus?
Maybe any of them? Tom, hey, before we start, let's we have one more comment.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, sir.
Just again, a real quickie here. For some of the people that are here, I know this charter school comes up quite a bit, and I know I've got 3 grown kids, and I've seen the whole charter school thing happen, and I know what it was, and I know what we're referring to here when we say charter school. And I'm not sure all the audience knows what we're talking about.
Sure.
We're talking about Charter Schools USA Corporation. We're not talking about what people knew of charter schools when the concept was originally conceived. So I hope folks understand that we're talking about people pushing a for-profit school by people who are getting a profit by pushing that for-profit school.
I think you would be happy with the preliminary results of the straw poll on that option.
Okay,
So
I just thought,
if we would just go ahead.
the elephant's been like flying around the room, and I just thought, okay, thank you.
Well, for the sake of there are a few new faces here. Our viewership online is going up every meeting.
Our ratings are increasing.
Hey, maybe we'll get picked up for a full season.
The beauty of it, Tom, is they can actually go back and review what's been discussed.
What we haven't done is sort of recap the previous meeting each time for the benefit of new people, but for anybody who is new or wants to catch up, they're all online, they're on YouTube, you don't need a password, just click and you can watch to your heart's content. A passionate case was made last meeting. Took about 25 minutes. You're welcome to watch it again. But I think Dan's insight is, well, I won't say it's correct or not, but it will be helpful for you, I think. So, again, we don't have a lot of time. Are there any that anybody wants to passionately argue against to take off the list? I think this can be a process of elimination.
So I'm going to go for against the charter school.
Okay.
And I'm speaking that way because of what 2 groups have stated, and it's very important. The school administration does not believe that this addresses the county issue because students are not required to go to the charter school. The school board, the majority of school board members are not for this because it doesn't 100% solve their capacity issue. Because again, they could say, okay, you're going to the charter school. I don't want to. I want to go to the K-8. And there's the issue again. And the other option is that it's convenient that the charter school will go in Island Village and Celebration gives up that recreational space. But I'm just concerned that it doesn't solve what the school board has repeatedly said is student stations. Those 2 key words have come up in several meetings.
Okay. I've got an idea here. I got a little scorecard that I made up. And this is not official, but if we all, between the 5 of us, had 3 votes or 3 points, not weighted yet, and of the 9, you can pick 3.
That you want to remove?
No, that we want to keep.
Keep.
I think you're talking about.
So if you guys are okay with that, let me reverse the question. Would anybody use one of their 3 points for the charter school option? Or is this 0 across the board?
No.
Tom, would you say yes?
I would say,
You get 3 votes. Would any of them go to option 4?
in favor? No.
There's your answer. 0 votes.
Okay. I would not. So on my scorecard, we got no, 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 no,
I just
and
want to
no.
add a couple of reasons to those for me. I mean, I don't know enough about the detailed workings of charter schools to say, but I will say I'm deeply suspicious of introducing a market model into our public system. I heard Mr. Balone speak at a SAC meeting about some of the problems he's seen with charter schools in the past, both in terms of creating a competition, but not just if charter schools are bad. If charter schools are very successful, they can also be a really big drain on the local KA.
Yeah.
And in addition, we don't have enough of a problem for seats to justify solving the rest of the county's problems with a charter school in Island Village.
That's where I was going.
So, sorry, I know you're trying to move through this, Tom, but I just want to put a finer point on this one, why I think it's completely off the radar screen. It's because the developer has no interest in it. And that's the source of the funding.
Totally forgot about that.
So,
You're right.
you know, I think no matter what we talk about, you know, their goal is kind of like ours. It sounds like they want a celebration that feels like the community we all know and love. They want their people to be part of that community. They don't want to have two locations, or otherwise it's that thing outside of celebration that calls itself celebration. So I just don't see it as an option, no matter how we cut it.
I would just add, I just think it's completely unnecessary. If Charter Schools USA wants to build a charter school in the area, they can go anywhere and approach any landowner and solicit an offer and build a charter school anywhere they want. They don't need anything from CROA or the task force or anyone else in Celebration to do that, and I would just encourage them, if that's the route they want to pursue, to enjoy their efforts.
Yeah, and I won't pile on this dog pile, but I just simply feel it's a risk we don't have to take. So let me eliminate number one.
Well,
yeah.
Tom, can I say something
Sure.
about number one? Not for number one, but I want you all to remember a couple weeks ago when they sat here, they all were very surprised when they said, you guys don't want an expansion of your school of 2,500 students possibly, and at that time, 2,500 wasn't a bad idea at that time, but now it's a bad idea now. So I want you to remember that that's the only plan they were moving forward on.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, good point. What I want to say for the record about number one is we have to be careful about not sending a mixed message or something that will be misinterpreted when we talk about 9.
Correct.
So for me, I don't know what the tipping point is in terms of how many seats you can add to this existing campus before it becomes unsafe. And the traffic study, or traffic studies, plural, are not going to tell us that answer.
Right.
So this is a bit intuitive, but let's not say, well, I mean, let's not walk into an argument where they say, well, it looks like you're okay with an expansion on number 9, but you don't like 1. What,
Tom,
so
can I help with a little bit with that argument? Is I think it all boils down to the quality of education. That I think it's fair to say that it is very hard to properly educate 2,500 students at that location. And that just the logistics of the campus, the logistics of the administration. Rose,
the age
would
of
that
the
be
kids.
the age of the kids?
Absolutely.
Rose, what are your thoughts on that?
Absolutely, that'd be
So I think
a very difficult. I think of administration, I think of scheduling, I think of planning for what you were talking about at the high school, where they're planning for preparation for, you know, safety drills, and it's extremely difficult.
would any of you four use one of your 3 votes for number 1?
Yeah, I need to just, I would say just something about number 1, which is, you know, of all the other options we have, you know, number 1 could be the starting point. I agree with you. I don't want to send a mixed message, and I also don't want to get egged. Okay, but of all the other options we have, it accomplishes some of our other goals, and it's also, you know, some of the issues we've brought up, I've objected to bringing up. We have a safety and we have a traffic issue. Are we saying those are problems to be solved, or those are problems to kill it? I mean, you know, people who are in the business of solving problems will want to solve those problems, and there are solutions to those problems that can be done. So I've objected to bringing those problems up as the reason not to do it, because all that is doing is enticing the problem solvers. And my mind works the same way, which is I'm out there trying to solve problems. And so I've objected to the traffic studies, to saying that it's a safety issue, because those are issues that can be solved. And the problem solvers at the school district and the school board, if they hear us say the problems are traffic and safety, then the solutions are, you know, let's build it. And that could be, you know, there could be a solution out there we've never thought of. There could be an EMS station put on the campus, problem solved. You know, there could be, you know, a one-way street made, problem solved. So I don't want to send the message to the county saying our problem is safety, our problem is traffic, and just say, if only you solve those problems, we would support it.
That's exactly
so
right.
I would say out of all the other options, after the option that I am most in favor of, this would be the starting point for whatever is the next least harmful solution for Celebration.
I agree
So it
with
has
a
one
lot of
vote.
that.
It
So
has
you
my
wanna
one
give it a
vote.
One for Dan?
think last week we talked about a modified one. You know,
Which
that.
is
that's
kind of becoming number 9.
All right, I got you, sorry.
So, anybody else want to use one? I give it a no.
No,
No,
it's too big.
no, and no. Okay,
And-
any others
and
easy to come
One
off?
other point, it does add, Dan, to your issue, is that expansion, from what the county said, cost $18 million. That doesn't touch the rest of the campus in terms of any upgrades. I mean, faucets that have been there since 1996, it doesn't deal with that.
You don't
Right.
have to pile
Yeah,
on
it is.
here.
It is a thoroughly bad option.
Okay,
Good point,
any
Tom.
others that just need to be removed?
Say 6 and 7.
Okay, let me take 6.
Oh,
Pretty
Tom,
much the same thing.
is there some reason why we wouldn't just go? I mean,
Why don't you just say what you like and then
Well, I'm just trying to, if there's a better way.
no, I mean, some of those are the ones you proposed initially, so I just thought you would initially
Oh,
go through
well,
those.
I'll give you my 3,
Sure.
but I prepared knowing what I was going to do, so I don't want to get you guys at a disadvantage here.
Yeah, go ahead.
So the ones, because I just proposed it 2 minutes ago.
Everybody gives you top 3.
Okay, I'll go first.
Tom, go for it.
And these are not in order. I like number 3. I like number 9. And I would put my last chip on number 7.
7 rather than 6?
Yes, I think there's not enough room, and I don't like the idea of a K through 8 in Island Village. It's too far away. I could live with maybe a K5 if it was small. So I would say no to, and not that I don't like it, but the parochial school is just, it's a long shot. No, that's not right. It's not a long shot. It doesn't solve all the problems. It's better than the charter school. K8 for me is too big, too far away in Island Village. 8 we eliminated last time. That was the Jay's idea of a joint school with Orange County, so that's off of all of our lists. Okay, so,
Can you sort your preferences?
well, I want to hear from my voting members here. Tom, you got 3 votes. Where would you put them?
I would only, I feel like it's kind of like a match game thing. I will only take 9 and 7. I do not have 3, because I don't think the rest of them are viable.
K through 5.
Yep.
And the composite.
Tom, I know we're just voting, but I've heard even last week watching the video, I've just not heard a lot of strong argumentation in favor of number 7. So it's surprising to see those.
Oh, do you want just some rationale? My third of the 3?
It'll be your third of the 3. Is Tom,
And next
Tom
time,
T?
maybe we weight them to give this more accuracy.
Tom, could you speak into the mic, please?
Yeah, sure. So I think it's, again, it would be my third of the 3, but a K5 in Island Village would be less damaging than a K8 in Island Village, would duplicate all the grades. It would, both of those schools would eventually feed to the high school. Not ideal, but it's better than the other options.
Tom, would number 7 divide our zoning? Could that possibly, where I live here, but my friend, my daughter's friend across?
Yes.
It would.
And both zones could potentially have kids, have areas from outside of Celebration.
Yeah.
I'm just asking.
Yeah, so again, not my favorite. So,
Not my favorite either, so you'll know the
so
order.
Tom, you only cast 2 votes,
That's correct.
7 and 9.
Yes.
Rebecca?
I was going to say, do you have to do 3 votes?
No,
If you-
this is,
yeah.
we're just making it up. as we
America,
go.
you never have to
Just want to
vote.
do a little straw poll. But the benefit of this is that if we are unanimous, we don't have to talk about 4 or some others
Right,
anymore.
we can dwindle down there.
So 3 chips, where do you put them?
9
Okay?
is a no-brainer for me. 2, I think. I come from a system where people go to high school 7 through 12. It's a fairly successful worldwide model. I reject the arguments that Wolverine urban boys in our high school going to 13-year-old girls. There's a perfectly good way in a good administration to sort that out. And I think it should remain on the table.
Sure.
Can I ask a question, though?
Yeah.
Sophia, you are now in what grade? 12. 12, so you're a senior. So,
Have you seen Wolverine?
no, 8th grade, do you think that would have made a big difference going in as an 8th grader versus a 9th grader?
It probably would have been more intimidating. I don't know as far as long as there's like separation, it would be okay.
But, you know, it would be a curriculum that is for you, and so...
For me, since I'm a big sports person, I'd be worried about sports. Because would I have to compete with seniors as a 7th grader? Or would I have to go home for an hour and then go to the middle school to play at a middle school?
That's a good point.
That's a great point.
Yeah. I just wanted to get a
Thank you.
perception.
Okay, one more, Chip.
And I don't support 6 or 7 because I don't think we have the need for it. I don't think we need to split our community in any way we can't really afford to do them well. So I would say 3 is a really good option to think about because ultimately we should be putting education at the head of every kind of decision we make here. We should be thinking about the quality of the experience the middle schools have.
Okay.
Sir? I would have the same 3 votes as Rebecca, with the exception that the middle school, as ideal as that might be, I just don't think there's money, and I don't think we're going to find the money to make that a realistic. So if I'm going to pick a third, I'm still going to throw my chip against the parochial school.
Okay, so 2,
9, 2, 5.
5,
9,
and
2,
9.
and 5. Yeah.
9, 2, and 5.
Okay.
Yeah, just so you know, Tom, after this, will give me that. As a note.
Oh, absolutely.
I'll put that in my update.
I can count them up right here.
Sure. I previously voted for 1 and number 1. I do think that's all other options on the table, that could be our strongest starting point. I definitely think number 9 is my favorite option, so I'd put a vote there. And I would probably go with 7 also, Tom, with you on number 7, the K-5 option. I would hate to see Celebration divided into 2 zones. I would hate to see Celebration have an east and west side, or a north and south side, and I would not like to see both zones have expanded zones that include a new area. That almost certainly will happen. And I think it also introduces a lot of the same problems as the charter school, which is now you have inter-town competition for resources, teachers, PTA, SAC, all those tensions come up, which I think is just really, could be really harmful to Celebration. Okay. And I think in order of my preference, I would put that below number 1.
Okay, so the results of our straw poll is number 1 gets 1, 2 is 2, 3, the middle school gets 2, 4 is eliminated, 5 gets 1, 6 is eliminated, 7 gets 3, 8 died last week, 9 is unanimous with 5, and we do not have a 10. So that's helpful. So now we're down 2.
Which ones, I'm sorry, could you just repeat which ones you're down to?
How about which ones are eliminated?
So, yeah, we're eliminating the charter school and the K through 8 in Island Village. So, still alive is number 1, number 2, 3, 5, 7, and 9. For now.
But the tops are 9 and 7.
9 and 7.
Are the 2 tops.
Yes.
Well, I'm kind of yucky tonight, huh? I lived in Colorado Springs for over 20 years and was in District 12, which is routinely rated among the 50 top public school districts in the nation. I'm very proud that my kids attended that. And the neighborhood that we lived in went through the same process that we're doing here. And the K through 5 just did not have enough space. And we went through all sorts of debates. Well, how do we expand? This is on the side of a mountain. What do we do? What do we do? We ended up building another K through 5. It's in the same neighborhood. It did not split friends. It did not split the neighborhood. there was all sorts of concerns about that. We went over this over and over and over, and people were like, well, some people are going to feel like they're better than, so and so. None of that happened. None of that happened.
Can I ask you, was that by, was your district a township or was it a county?
County. Yeah, El Paso County.
Well,
in Colorado.
that's still alive as option 7.
Okay, I just thought I'd throw that out there for information.
Tom, can I ask a question? I know earlier you mentioned that the developer wasn't supporting the charter school option, and therefore that was a reason to take off the table. Didn't Todd mention that they weren't supporting an additional elementary school also?
Yes.
I think he did, but
Our understanding is, and I asked Todd that, given the sideline, my understanding was the developer did not want to do anything that split the community. So you define that how we will.
Yeah, and I think just it's really important. This is a straw poll. So we're going to delve in deeper on some of these because basically it's going to be tricky. We got to come up with one main solution and maybe a backup.
I think we're getting there.
Yeah.
This is good direction.
Yeah.
And we don't have to spend any more time or energy on the ones we eliminate.
Right.
So let's hear final comments from the audience.
Hi, Laura Deja at 1021 Banks Rose. I really love number 9 personally, but I felt that last time Tom Phelps had a lot of pushback. So I feel that maybe we need to verify some of the information that the district is giving us by making a field trip, on those schools and checking.
I think that's a very good point.
Okay.
But from that point to the time since that meeting, there's more in process.
Okay, good.
So I'll leave it to Tom to go ahead and, if there's any more information, because they're on break right now.
Yeah.
But there definitely is no unless they have a little more information.
Yeah,
And that's what they're doing the research on right now.
Because I realize that Jay is not in favor of the number 9, but maybe the rest of the district staff and the other board members might be. So if we can push for this one.
Actually, if I remember correctly, his very first meeting, that was probably he might consider the 8th grade was one thing that he had said at the very first meeting.
Jay?
Mr. Rubin did, yes. That was one thing he said, I'm going to say no to everything other than charter school, but I might be willing to support switching for 8th grade.
But the charter school comes off the table completely.
Correct.
Jay's going to have to back one of them, right?
Well, that's assuming facts not in evidence. We have no idea what he's going to do.
Well,
let's not assume.
So
if the charter school comes out, he cannot back up the number 1 or he doesn't get reelected.
I don't think he would ever back up number 1.
Yeah, he said
that on the record that he does not.
Which, he might consider doing that.
Correct. More than capable of
I
speaking
thought
for himself.
Clyde also said for number 7, I remember, for some reason, I remember Clyde saying it's not definitely.
Because of the busing. In order to get the number of kids, to build the K-5, you have to have about, was it 950 is what the capacity?
900 is their max, is usually what they build in elementary school.
So whatever their maximum, then they're not going to obviously build under, because then you're really, it's going to be full capacity.
Okay.
So you're talking about 900 kids. You would have to bus some that are currently going there.
Okay, Mike, and then
A couple comments. First, I would be careful when we talk about trying to control the developer money and whether we can direct that or not. You don't want to overplay your hand. And yes, it is money that's coming from this geography, but we are part of the county, and I'm as concerned about this as anybody. But I don't think you want to overplay your hand and try to influence, that's our money, it stays here, we'll give it to you, but it's got to be under these conditions, it's got to be spent for this and that. I don't think you want to play that game. I don't think that's a winning hand, and don't overplay your hand. Second, I think you may, two things. One, you may be better off to merge number 1 and number 9 together, or say to them, we like your number 1, but we need to add this other element to it, as opposed to pitting number 1 against number 8 or number 6 or number 7 or anything else.
I like that a lot.
So take their idea and morph it into number 9, and then you solve backwards, which we've done a little bit of an exercise already, and you optimize the space that's available at West Side, and whether that's 700, 800 seats or whatever it is, and you back into the other 250 or whatever it is that you need here in Celebration. So number one becomes 250 with the West Side, 800 or whatever the number is when you get there.
Yeah, I wanted to add one thing that you said, and I forgot in the conversation that I had with Tom Phelps, was that they are looking at Reedy Creek and West Side. They do have additional space, just like they're doing in Celebration, to repurpose for additional seats. It's not going to get them to where they need to, but that is an extra thing that could happen. So there's pluses on what's going on.
So rather than rejecting theirs and saying, we have a better idea here, we took yours and we said, look, let's do this bolt-on with a West Side expansion because you've got the space out there with the portables that we talked about and so on. Optimize that space first. That still leaves us with a subcomponent of your number one at X, 200, 250, whatever it is, okay?
It's better politics, Mike, thank you.
Negotiating 101.
And Rebecca, I remember at the last meeting, we kind of came to that conclusion of using the money to repurpose and optimize what we have.
And I think it's good that we're talking about solving the county's problems, but it would be great to feel that the money that comes from the developer for Island Village goes to some of the students that are going to be living in this community. And there is so much need at the high school. At the K8, I would love to see the
As Jeff keeps saying,
be part of that.
it's their money. I mean, we can make
great
recommendations, but they're going to have a lot to say how their impact fee is spent.
But Tom made a lot of great points.
You mean they as in the developer? I'm sorry.
That's it.
Sorry, Rose.
Yeah.
I wanted to...
You made a lot of great points, Tom.
Rose, what do you think? We have this 1,350 person school right now, and it works just great, even with the limitations on the resources that we have, because we have a phenomenal administration and staff that run it. What do you think the sweet spot is? Something that can be absorbed into the running of our school and maintain the quality of education that we
I
come
would
to know and love.
love to answer that question, but there are so many different factors that would have to do with, I can't answer that, what the sweet spot would be, because what's coming with it? What
Exactly.
Are we changing facilities? Are we repurposing? Are we?
I do think that's a really important part of this question, though, before we wholesale support, like
that's
option number 9.
Well,
we need to know.
my
Okay, we're
concern
saying
is
this.
if you take out 8th grade and then we just have 6, 7. Well, I need to learn what's funded at 6, 7 now.
Yeah.
So because we're not funding 6 to 8. So
Right.
what does that mean? They're taking things away? What happens? With,
Yeah, and it certainly means you're not getting a new middle school art program or,
Right.
I mean, that's the things that we would like, that we've been working to. I just know, like, first PTA board meeting of the year, that was the number one question, is what do we need to do to get a middle school art program? Well, if that 8th grade goes away, you're certainly not going to have the seats to bring in
Are
a
we
new.
necessarily saying that 8th grade would go away as part of option 9?
Yeah, I was gonna say, I don't know that we would automatically assume that.
Okay.
No, but this though, I guess we need to talk about it more next time.
We do.
It really depends on where the numbers come out, whether 8th grade moves or not.
Yep. So I would love the answer to that question, but I can't. There's
And
too
as we
many.
said, if necessary. So let's try and wrap it up here.
I'm going to try to wrap it up. I'm talking partly about semantics, about two questions. Semantics about build new middle school, redistribute grades. And I read in the minutes that redistribute grades from Celebration School to high school was not well received. On the other hand, I know at the first Beat General meeting, myself and I came up last week and spoke about the fact that many school districts are very successful with a K through 6 and a 7 through 12. And I think last week you sort of liked the idea of, particularly if they might be physically separated, but still part of the high school. And I don't want to lose that. Maybe instead of saying build new middle school, it should be like build new middle school / expansion of high school or something, or high school extension, so that we cover bases when it's being discussed.
Okay. It's still on the list. A new face.
Hello, Bethany Graves, 1204 Roycroft. I was under the impression that this task force was assembled to try to eliminate expansion of the K-8 because there's no room for parking, there's no space for outside activities, the shared fields, how could the students have recess? How can they have a lunchtime that isn't from, I think some students start lunch at 10 o'clock and don't get finished until 1.
Right.
Or
45, or
No.
1:45.
So almost 2 o'clock. I mean, there's so many complications with that, and that's without even talking about traffic. So I'm
Bethany,
kind of,
I can help you with this.
okay.
We've tried not to be that obvious, that we weren't set up to kill number one. We're trying to come up with a better plan than number one and show the difference, show how much better that a different plan will be, because there are people who drew that plan, who came up with that plan, who are trying to fix that plan to make it better. And as Mike pointed out, we need some of those people to be on our side with the new one. So it isn't just, hell no, we're not going to do number one. And to analyze what were its good characteristics so that we can apply some of those things that we do like to the other plans. So it's my objective not to do number one, but that wasn't the reason that we were set up.
And I think one thing through this process is we've learned more details than we had initially about option number one. For example, you brought up the lunches.
Yeah.
That's one thing that they anticipated by putting a second facility in the new expansion. So they tried to solve some of these problems. We got a really bad hand of information initially, the Celebration residents did. And so, it was really inflamed a lot of tensions and passions about the topic, but we didn't even have all the information.
Yeah.
And so, it still does not look very attractive to me, but they did attempt to solve some of the very problems you just mentioned, namely, traffic and lunch and facilities. Whether we agree with how they did it, I think they were expecting us to love it, and they were definitely not expecting us to really hate it.
Yeah, and one other thing, the reason that we tried to be objective about this and put the pros and cons up there is to make sure that we don't replicate the things that are in red on that list with some of our other options. So we're trying to be objective.
So I just personally, just for the sake of stating it, would like if there were more facilities outside of town. I don't live in town, I live in Artisan, so I don't ever have to come through this traffic if I really don't want to.
Right.
But I don't think the rest of the town really appreciates it, those times.
Totally agree.
I agree with you.
Thanks for your work.
Thank you.
Okay, so we need to talk about our next meetings. We've had some conversations amongst ourselves by email since the last meeting. Thank you for the comments that you've sent me. What has been made clear is that if we can get this agreement extended, and in the best scenario, that isn't going to happen until the end of February, we shouldn't be having a conclusion to this process before then.
Correct.
Plus, the traffic study isn't going to be done for a few weeks, and we ought to see what that says. I don't think it's going to make
And the
a
administration
difference,
asked us
but
if we
yes.
could wait for that.
And most of the administration is on vacation until early January, so the question is, that I posed to you offline was, do we want to continue with the next couple meetings? Do we want to create a new schedule? Do we want to change our rhythm? Should we at least postpone what we've characterized as a town meeting and a conclusion somehow? So the feedback that I got was, don't start canceling meetings yet until we can get together and talk about it. So,
I think we could, well, do we want to maintain the schedule for next week over Christmas? The final vote on the recommendation?
I think our next two meetings, we could keep the meeting dates and the times, but it isn't going to be a final vote on recommendations in a town meeting. It's just, it's not reasonable.
And, quite frankly, I think for us to really do a job of narrowing these down, we've got to do a little bit more fact-finding too.
Yeah.
And the access to the people that are going to be key to that is pretty diminished this time of year. So just being pragmatic here, I don't know how feasible that would be.
I mean, if there was going to be a week to take off, maybe next week would be the week. I agree, we need district representation.
Yeah.
My general principle is, I feel like before we make a final vote or final presentation, I feel like I want to bring that to a town hall and take feedback from the whole town and present what our best effort is, and then take any feedback and take another meeting to incorporate that. So I think that puts us out into March probably, or February, And I think the time frame that we initially worked under is we have more time to work with. And if the so-called 80/20 is going to be worked on February and March, the time frame, may line up
Can I
to a
add
town hall.
one caveat to that? I know you said February and March, but I think we need to find out from the county, is it February, March, or is it January, February? Then just to figure out what their expectation is. Because I don't want to, hey, it's March, and they're like, well, we're ready to vote. If you don't have a recommendation, we're like, oh crap. So I want to make sure we.
There might be two different things. I mean, if the agreement can just be extended, that could be just a simple edit, a couple of signatures, and that's done. Then it'll be, and the agreement will be amended again.
Right.
It'll be the fourth amendment then, that brings into whatever the plan is for Island Village. It'll be amended specifically for that. So the amendment number 3 in the short term is just take the pressure off, relieve the pressure.
Well, then it would already include it, because it would already include Island Village and everything, because it's all of Celebration, so it would be under that PUD. For the DRI.
Maybe.
My only suggestion is perhaps you can get your vote from Brian and from Pat. Just do it just on there. That way you have their opinions too. It may change the dynamic.
I would have no problem with not doing the 28th.
If we're going to take a week off, I think.
And then the 4th is just another meeting. It's not a town hall.
And how soon would we expect to see some action in terms of tabling the legal documentation here? They're talking about bringing it to a vote. It'd be interesting to see some forward momentum.
I don't think we're going to see much.
I get confused when you talk about county, because I call the school, the district, there's a county and there's a district, where the district people are going to be coming back in. January, they're going to be hiring a superintendent. That's their big thing. That's what all their work time is going to be for. You're talking about a bigger negotiation than our 80/20. So to ask them to be here to continue meetings and answering questions, I think you're going to get a better response from them with your emailing like you've been doing with them off the table.
Well, they stated they would attend the meetings.
And but they only have one scheduled board meeting in January.
Correct.
And then they've got a whole week of stuff with the new superintendents with their final vote on the 19th, and then their negotiations start. That's why they said they would bring the 80/20 in February.
Right, well, they had their legal team had to review it and all that fun stuff.
But that's what I was going to say. I think the January is the opportunity for you guys to make your decision and talk to the town, keep it more internal in January, and then hit it public with them later. That's what I would suggest.
As has been said, I don't want to come to any firm conclusions until we can spend some more time with the staff. We can't spend more time with the staff until early January at the earliest.
Right.
And I also don't want the community to be building up for this town hall meeting that we're not ready for. So we got to get some communication out. And let me just throw this out so we can, as a proposal, that we cancel the 28th, that we hold the 4th, have the 4th, but recharacterize it as meeting number 6. And then we schedule every other week going forward. And the reason, I mean, that's getting out there, but we have to give some guidance to the school district so they can publicly publish these meetings if we want them to keep coming.
So that's January 18th.
And maybe we can just worry about the next 3 meetings, Don.
Yeah, I just want to get enough to them.
Yeah.
So they need notice to
Right.
And the 18th is a Crow workshop, so if you want to get it on a track where it's not the same Monday as the workshop, you probably want to go the 4th, the 11th, and then go every other week.
That sounds good.
I'll say that again, Steve.
The 18th is a workshop for the Crow Board. So if you went 4th, 18th, every month you're going to run into the 2nd or the
I see what you're saying.
Monday as a Crow. So if you did the 4th, the 11th, back-to-back weeks,
And then skip the-
started doing the every other week.
Then the 25th?
That'll be a Crow Board week, but they don't meet until Tuesday night of that week.
And then if we need it, February 8th?
February 8th.
It's really hard to concentrate when people online are texting.
Oh, yeah. Oh, I know.
I'm not that smart. I can't keep this many things in my head at the same time.
15 seconds away. So you're definitely doing the 11th at 6 o'clock?
Okay, so January 28 is canceled. January 4 is...
December.
I'm sorry, December 28 is canceled. January 4th is on, but it's not a town meeting. Then January 11, January 25, and February 8. And Steve, if you can tell us available times.
Yeah, we'll check availability and get that back to you tomorrow.
I've got an email going to everyone, so.
The other thing that I can say is on February the 8th, maybe you can make that a little later because that's also the school advisory. No, it would be work because it's 5 o'clock. Never mind, we're good.
Steve, you tell us what times are good. Okay. Okay, one more comment?
If the task force members would indulge me for about 60 seconds, I'd like to speak to those who are watching now or shortly. Quickly, 15, 20 years ago, the island of Molokai in Maui County, Hawaii, was going to have a building moratorium because they didn't have enough water treatment plant capacity. They were at capacity, and the county didn't have $10 million to improve it. Everyone who owned property was livid. By thinking outside the box, the county bought everyone who lived on Molokai a new toilet, a low flush toilet. They said, you can't buy a personal toilet for everybody. And they said, why not? Not how not, but why not? And to those who are to think outside the box. So please support them with your attendance and your support, because this is critical for our community. And thinking outside the box is bizarre, but it is often the way to a solution. And I second everything Mike Jackson said.
Thank you for that. That's a nice way to close. So let's go
Tom,
on and make sure that we've got everybody. Rose, any closing thoughts?
No, thank you.
Sophia?
Good stuff tonight.
Bill?
I'd like to
Kind of
hear
quiet
from the
tonight.
person with the money. I'd like to get input. You guys have done a good job here. I'd like to get directly from the person with the money.
Who is that?
I know that is complicated because of the contract component, but they've come to CBD meetings.
That was actually a request that I had made recently to Tom.
And
Good point.
you know, if there's no money,
Who is that? Is it, that's not Tom, who has this, who has the spending authority at TCC?
Well, Bill is
It's
asking,
not-
you want Crescent to come?
well, it's Crescent.
Or-
It's
Yeah,
not
Crescent.
money. It's not
But
TCC that's putting
they don't
money.
have, and then the difficulty is that it's not a done deal.
I know, but
So this is a
everybody's
question,
counting on that
it's a question to
12.1.
Celebration Company. Yeah, no,
If we don't have it,
So it's Crescent.
changes everything.
well, they're the leading contender, of what I'm told.
They've come and done presentations, so this is not unprecedented. And if it's their money, they should have a say.
Yeah. Well, John Classy isn't even there anymore. We'll ask, let's make a note to ask Todd. I text him, but the meeting's almost over. Dan?
I just wanted to recognize Jeff and Vanessa. The presentation on the numbers is exactly what
excellent.
we've all needed, so thank you. I think a round of applause is in order. Thank you.
Well, it gave clarity and direction for us, because now we have very strong ideas.
I'll be
Appreciate
curious
it.
to see what
Yeah.
county group says about those numbers.
Actually, the county numbers are from their percentages.
No, I get it. The
So-
percentages match, but I'd be curious to see how they deal with the actual results.
Yeah.
Because they're very different than what was presented in the first meeting.
Because certainly the
Right.
first numbers are more convenient in terms of.
Well, they also
justifying
inflated it
the
to 20% too, so.
That was a game changer. It
Yeah.
really was.
Yeah, it's really good work. Thank you very much for your work on it. It's been a really important component. That's all.
Okay. Rebecca, earlier you asked about a traffic study.
Yeah,
Did we-
I noticed there were lots of people seemingly to be doing traffic studies at one point or another over the last week or two. Do we know whose traffic studies they were? The school boards or Disney's?
I believe Todd was going to be getting some final results from the traffic study, but I don't remember the dates. So I know if he doesn't have it now, he should have it soon.
They took place at curious times, at curious time of the year and.
I'm not sure who whose was whose, though. I don't know if it overlapped. It's possible they actually overlapped, but I do know that.
I did see a concern about the time of year that someone had written that there's, 200 people missing. That's not accurate.
The traffic, would you characterize the traffic that you saw, Rose, to be consistent with what it is traditionally during that time period?
Yes.
Perfect.
And actually a little bit more too, of
I think there's some interference with the microphones for that comment.
I know the first one, they were all over the place. The second one, was it just the guy at Founders Park?
Well, I can't comment of where they were located. I think the question was, do I think it was consistent with other times of the year? Yes, I do.
Tom, anything else on your? Vanessa?
No, thank you.
Steve?
No, thank you.
All right. Thank you, everybody. We're adjourned.
You guys can't leave because my daughters wanted to know why you were working and school's not in session. So they decided to go to work.
Hey, Lee? Are you going to Santa House?
Yes, thank you.
I'm gonna meet you there because I need tag sign. I need tag sign. I gotta find Santa.
It's not even TCC, it's a governmental entity.
Tell the young lady
That has to
we said
agree.
thank you. And thank
my
Debbie
goodness.
for her help too.
Do you mind if we post a picture of this?
No, that was,
Yeah.
that was a really good comment. Thank you. That was really like.
Is it okay if they post this on? Sure.